The new information is the new species.
The new
In
species
that
of Earth?
example. Oh my gosh.
Oh, so you
you're
don't
not
have any
listening.
new information showing that the Earth is a ball. Okay, so you're not talking about the Earth. What's the new species
No,
they just discovered?
I'm telling you that they went to space. That's a new information.
Who did?
And astronauts.
How'd they verify it for you?
Okay, yeah. What I'm saying is you don't want to. You need a
Okay,
verification.
yeah.
That's the
How did
issue.
they verify that for you?
Yeah. How do they verify the new species they found?
They
Same
show you
thing.
the new species. You can go touch
Okay,
it.
and they showed you pictures of the Earth from space. They showed
Yeah, can I
you.
go
They
touch the
showed you a live
space?
stream of. Okay, can you
Excuse me,
touch the new
friend. Can I go
species?
touch the space? Yes, you can. That's the thing.
No, you
I can go to
can't.
the jungle and I can touch the animal. That's the difference.
Okay, have you been to Costa Rica?
No,
They
I can
find new
go there
species
though.
there all the time.
Great, we'll
Okay, well,
go.
you
You and
can
me, we'll go together. You want to go?
potentially you could go to space too if you actually,
Oh, really? Eventually,
pursued.
that's an appeal to the future fallacy. So now already you're
So
screwed.
is you going to Costa Rica? What?
Hey, no, you and me. You want to book a ticket? You want to go?
Yeah, if you pay
Okay.
for it.
Why am I paying for it? You want to go with me, right? I'll pay for my ticket. You pay for your ticket. We'll go to Costa Rica. We'll look at the new species.
So you're telling me if you didn't do that, you would not believe that, there's a new species.
Well, I guess I really don't care. That's the point.
So yeah, why do you care about this?
Well, because I'm trying to validate all the claims that they're giving us, and they all come up bupkis. All of them.
How do they come up? I don't know what you said there, but
Bupkis.
okay.
Nothing. No evidence.
So I don't think you've ever done an experiment that actually verifies it.
Okay, what kind of experiment what should I be doing?
Well, one that accounts for refraction, right?
What's the refraction?
What do you mean?
What kind of refraction are you invoking?
Atmospheric refraction. You need to address that. You need to reconcile that
Atmospheric
in your
refraction?
experiment.
So does that have an R value in it?
No,
Okay, then why don't you post the
it's
formula
not
for atmospheric
It's not.
refraction for me in the sign track? Go ahead
It's not
and just
calculable.
post it for me. So it's not even something that we can calculate. It doesn't even fall into the math category. That really screws you up, doesn't it?
There is an equation, but the problem is the
Oh, okay,
atmosphere is a
so go ahead and
gradient.
post it for me. Post it for me.
Okay. Oh god, we've had this conversation like so many times. There's
Carter, you're
Snell's
here
law.
making new flat earthers. Thanks, buddy. Oh, Snell's law is not atmospheric refraction. Sorry.
Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
Okay, show me the two isotropic media and the border between both of
See,
them.
this is the issue. You guys don't want to actually like learn new information,
I'm
right? So
asking
like,
you very specific questions about the claim that you made, Carter. This you guys stuff you never want to know. I'm asking you specific claims about, or specific details about the claims that you make. And you don't want to actually give them to me. So show me the two different isotropic media and the border between them.
you're not engaging with what I said. I said that the atmosphere is
I'm
a
engaging with
gradient.
exactly what you said. You said atmospheric refraction, then you went to Snell's law. It's not the same thing. It requires a border between two isotropic media. I asked you for both of those and the border, and you're not giving it to me. Why?
You are taking a surface level understanding of Snell's law. It can be applied
Oh,
to a
okay.
gradient.
So enlighten me. Enlighten me.
Okay, so you can have, yes, more than two isotropic media and it would work, but you can have multiple, and if you keep adding more and more, and the refraction index keeps increasing, you could create a gradient, which is what the atmosphere represents. And that's what you would see. And it wouldn't be just
Okay.
like
So just
a.
post the citation for me and show me the example. It sounds like you just made that up. So I'll just get you get the citation for me and then give me an example.
You don't agree that the atmosphere is a gradient?
No, I don't agree with the thing that you made up. So I'm going to get you to go ahead and give me the citation and the example that you're talking about.
Golly.
I feel like you should just be able to understand this. Like, why do I need a citation?
I feel like you should be able to back up the claims that you're making with citation and examples demonstrated in reality. Go ahead.
What? I just want to know what doesn't make sense with what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter whether or not it makes sense. I want to know where you got it from, because it sounds like you made it up on the spot and you don't have citations.
Well, it just follows from the law.
Oh, so your logic, this is just all about you and your presuppositions, your logic, the stuff that you make up. It makes sense in your mind, so all of a sudden everybody else
should
just have
make
to
sense
fall
in
in line
yours as
with the
well,
crap
unless
that
you-
you make up. It doesn't make
Wanna-
any sense.
Okay, how? Why does it not make sense? That's what I've been asking for.
Well, I just need to see, I just want to see the two isotropic media and the border between them doing exactly what you're talking about, and then show me how that correlates with the refraction that you're invoking in the scenario.
Excuse me.
Can you hear that, Carter? Do you hear that right now?
Yeah.
That's people turning from the globe to flat Earth because of you.
Hey, well, they're retarded. Like, they deserve to be flat earthers.
No, they're definitely intelligent because they're like, this guy's just making stuff up on the spot and it doesn't make any sense.
They may do their own research. They'd research more than I
Okay,
did,
well, show
I
them the
guess.
research that you did. Get them the citations to prove your point.
I have none. Kada. Kada, you should really up your game, mate.
I know, I'm not very motivated.
Oh, maybe you just don't have any good arguments for the globe.
I mean, I feel like if I compiled a bunch of sources, I could make it work, but it just seems like a waste of time. Like, this should be something you can understand.
Actually, the globe proof should be something that should shoot out of you like a machine gun. No, ratatatata, here's the globe proof. There you go, mate.
So, okay, I just want to make this clear. What citation are you asking for what claim?
I think it was pretty specific. Were you not listening to yourself?
No, I want to know what you know, because you can't just keep saying, get a citation for whatever you're talking about.
What was the claim that you made?
Yeah, you weren't. Okay. So...
No, I'm asking you. What was your claim? What was the claim again?
My claim is that the light travels, it curves through a gradient of ever-increasing refraction, index of refraction in Snell's law.
A gradient of atmosphere or a gradient of refraction?
A gradient of ever-increasing index of refraction, which in this case, with air, would be the density.
Why is the density increasing?
Because we agree that there's an air density gradient.
Is that air density gradient increasing because it's going over a curved surface?
You know what? No. I mean, because...
No, also not a curved surface, so this is a flat Earth.
You know what? Sure, because I want you to understand this.
Okay, so on the flat Earth, on the Earth that you live on, there's an ever-increasing gradient of atmosphere?
Yes.
Okay, what axis is it increasing along?
The y-axis.
Okay, so it's increasing and now it's making the light curve, yes?
Yep.
Why?
Okay, well, if you look at the Wikipedia article, I mean, I've told you, right? If you look at Snell's law, light that goes through different densities, if there's a
Densities of
change in
what? What are the
density,
media? Sorry, what are the media?
so again, you need to not look at this surface level, okay? In this case, the index of refraction is density, so that's the two isotropic media is just a change in density. In
The
this case, it's
change in
air and air,
density. So it's
two
air
different
and air.
densities.
So no border between any two different isotropic media. You're actually just changing Snell's law to fit what it is that you're arguing for.
No, this is defined in the law. If you read it, the only
Okay,
stipulation
well,
for
why don't you read
index
it
of
out for me?
refraction is density. Okay. I have to find it actually. Hold on.
You don't even know where it's at?
Well, it's in the Wikipedia article, so it won't be too long. Just gotta look at it.
All right, here. When referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, I see that, such as water, glass, or air. So where's the border?
So the goal is to figure out what index of refraction actually means. In this case,
Well, right now
it
I
just
just
means
need the
density.
border between the two different isotropic media. You said air and air. That's not two different isotropic media.
How come? Read the
How
definition.
come? So two different isotropic media. Should we look up isotropic media?
Yeah. Figure out what index of refraction represents. Because it should just be density.
Uh-oh, this is not going to do well for you. It has to be uniform, so not changing density.
Okay, so this is gonna be hard because it's like, oh man,
Yeah, it's hard
it's
to
like
make stuff
trying.
up on the spot when its base
No,
is
because
already
you
made
guys
up,
don't
right?
understand. Like, you guys can't comprehend calculus, or
You
that's what you're
guys, that's
asking
a
me to explain.
stereotype fallacy. Now you're poisoning the well. Any other fallacies you'd like to
All
just
right,
throw
sorry,
out there?
sorry. Okay, what you're asking me to do though is explain calculus to you.
No, that's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm just asking you to support your claim.
So, all right, you know what? Like, give me like 20 minutes. I'll figure it out. Someone else can speak.
Well,
Poor
I'm
showing,
going to
Carter.
bed.
Pretty bad.
That's pretty embarrassing. You know, you got to prepare for battle in the middle of battle.
I agree. Good night.
Oh, hey, Carter's back. I wonder if he got that citation. I wonder if he found what he was looking for.
Yep, I have my sources, but I think the other guy left.
Oh, yep.
But basically, like, you can do this for any medium. Like, if you have like glass and it gets more and more dense or whatever, and you shine a light through it, it'll curve in a specific curve called a Brocasterone curve. It's always true. Any gradient.
So you're saying that the light's always going to curve down and follow the path of an Earth curve?
No, it'll be similar to an Earth curve, but it's gonna follow a specific kind of curve. And it's not the same as like a sphere or a circle. So the people who say like it's not, why doesn't it hit the back of your head? That's total BS.
I've got an interesting picture of a laser light bending up and away from the surface of flat water. That one's a cool one.
No? If you have it, share it.
Yeah.
Also, here's a nice video that goes into detail about what I'm talking about, if you're interested.
It's almost like that video you posted is describing the picture I posted. Oh, did Carter leave? Yep. Boo. Posted that picture of light going up away from the surface of the earth after he was like, it follows the curve. Okay. Welcome to the flat Earth.
Mm.
FE Batman, I have a question for you. Oh, he's gone. Does anybody else want to chat?
Did someone just summons me? Did I hear the magical Batman call? Guess not. They're too afraid to talk to FE Batman.
Nigger. Nigger. Wow, I have not seen this few people in a flat Earth room before. How do you do, my lute?
So you have a reference. The reference that you need would be flat Earth. That's flat Earth, and that's flat, and it doesn't have any deviation, doesn't curve. So,
Yeah, exactly.
so when we say flat Earth, that's what we mean, and that's flat because it
Yeah,
has to be, right? You can't say that you're measuring something above or below mean sea level and it's curved. It has to be that horizontal. It's kind of like for the ballers, a tangential plane sitting on top of a curved surface, which would be like a ruler on a basketball.
yeah,
So that flat plane that we reference would be flat Earth, is what we say flat Earth is. That's
gotcha.
got no deviation, no elevation change. And so we want to make sure that when we address what flat Earth is, we identify it's not the actual dirt that you're standing on. It's what the dirt references. That's what flat Earth is. That makes sense? Cookie?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm not like all scientific and know all the terms and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like I
I
know
understand.
with the evidence that
But
I've been presented and the research I've done on my own, that just being in this
but
Discord server, seeing all this
that's
crap. You know
fine.
what I mean?
That's fine. I'm just saying like at, make sure that the arguments, because when you say flat Earth and you use it in that context, somebody can tell you, well, how do you know the Earth is flat? We got hills and valleys, huh? How is it flat? And then you're gonna feel kind of backed into a corner, and you're gonna say something silly like, "Well, I don't really know if it's flat. I just say that it's kind of flat." Like you don't. It's gonna
Yeah, I would
see.
never say
Peop,
that.
I
I mean,
know, I
I'm
know,
more
cookie,
advanced. I'm more
cookie.
advanced than that. But yeah, I understand what
You
you're
get what
saying.
I'm
Yeah,
saying, right? When you're backed
yeah,
into a
yeah.
corner, you don't want to say that you didn't mean flat Earth, so you're gonna try to save face. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
problem with like not articulating your point to so that they can understand what you mean clearly. And this
No,
way
I get you.
there is no no qualms on like what you just said. Like they can challenge you all they want, but that's how they measure the surface because they know that the surface of the earth has to have elevation, but where do they get elevation from if not by mean sea level? So there has to be a way they know how high something is and low something is when they measure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, in my everyday life, I'm not out there like trying to like convince everyone that the Earth is flat. Like my intermediate friend group almost on a flat earther, and I've
That
had conversations with them, but it's not
that's
like
fine.
these are the type
But
of people I talk to that they don't even know their own globe model. You know what I mean?
I
So
know, but like that's the reason why I'm telling you, Cookie, because at some point you're gonna meet people that are far past that point. You're gonna meet some
yeah,
glober
fair enough.
who's gonna challenge you, say things that are gonna put you in a tailspin, and then you're not gonna really know whether or not you can answer them correctly or not, and you're gonna feel some kind of way about answering if the Earth is flat. Is the Earth really flat? How could it be flat, Cookie?
That would
You got
never
mountains and valleys, and
that would never happen.
yeah, I
I
know.
have flat Earth Discord server, bro.
That's great. You could refer them to here, but
No,
at the same
I pick all my
at,
information out of here if I need it. It's all right here on
yeah,
one
that's
server.
great, man. But the best thing, listen, for every person, I would say you need to arm yourself with the best methods or the best arguments possible, whatever those are. Even if what I just gave you right now maybe is not your style, you look for something that is, but that answers their question sufficiently, so that you're
Yeah,
not left with any questions or left doubting yourself, because that's the worst position you can be in, where they're getting you to think about what you said in a way where they're reversing the burden onto you, and then you're carrying the burden now because they do this a lot.
yeah. I
I've
know.
noticed that they're
They,
good at reversing the burden in the middle of an argument. They can make you feel like, well, you brought it up, so why don't you tell me how the earth is flat? And they can keep
yeah.
pressing you. If you are charitable in some way and you say, no, I mean, just tell me if you know if the earth is a globe. No, I want to know how you tell me if the earth is flat. You need to tell me. It's your burden. And when they get more insistent, you might capitulate and you might say, fine, all right, so here's how the earth is flat. Like you don't know that these tricks that they
Yeah,
do.
I'm pretty aggressive. I
So
mean,
yeah, that's
I'm a
fine,
pretty
but
aggressive person.
yeah, that's great. But what I'm saying is you have to make it known whenever in any discussion where you stand. Like your stand has to be my contention or my position would be that you don't have any evidence for the earth being a globe. Now, if you want to engage me, then I want you to know if you can answer some questions, right? Because
Yeah,
if
but
it's
these are all
like a
basic. These are all basic stuff. I mean, I could answer all this basic stuff to like a basic person, but when we're talking to like, maybe I come into Discord server and I listen to like some stuff going on in the thing. I'll stay silent because some of you guys are talking about like some scientific shit that I really don't know all these terms and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I know
but
basic stuff, but
every human like you and anyone else, you can learn some of the things that we talk about in here. It's no biggie. There's not
no,
like
like
really
what I'm
really
saying
deep
is,
scientific knowledge or anything. It's just people are learning the arguments. They're learning logical
yeah.
fallacies. So what I'm saying, Cookie, if you've been doing this that long, I think you should have already like take it up a notch, take it to the next level. Because if you stay with that same basic level, because you're only challenging the
No,
the
the
low
thing
hanging
is like
fruit, you know what I'm
the thing
saying?
is,
Like you're
yeah,
never
the
really
thing
gonna advance to the next level where you can actually hold your own against maybe a sophist that comes in and tries to you know put everybody in a tailspin with trying to reverse the burden. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I get you. I do this for me though. You know what I mean? I can't convince no one of anything. They're gonna believe whether they want to, or you know what I mean.
I know
Whether they're
we're not
facing,
in this for that though. You and I, we're not in this for that. If you're gonna twist some like, and I'm saying this so you can understand, if you're gonna twist somebody's arm into thinking that the Earth is flat because you're gonna try to convince them, it's not gonna work. We're not in here for that. We're in here for challenging people of how they think and exposing their minds to how they don't have any information to solidify the point that the Earth is a globe. Well, that's all we're here for. We're not in here to convince Joe Blow that the Earth is flat. Not what we're here for.
yeah, fair enough.
Anyway,
How long you been doing this for?
about the same time you have.
10 years, yeah.
But
I
like,
think I've seen
you
your
know,
name, Veritas. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Veritas.
yeah, Alpha Veritas. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen that last version somewhere around.
Oh, there's some other people named Veritas,
Oh,
but
okay, maybe
yeah,
that's it.
it's not me.
Yeah, I pop in here once in a while. Like I know, who do I know in here? I know, Flat Lloyd. No, that's pretty much all I know in here right now. But I know like a bunch of people that are normally in here all the time. I pop in once in a while, say hi, but I mostly just like I use this server just to like watch different videos or like read information that's in some of the channels and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, all I was
I
saying.
watch all this stuff. Like I have the knowledge. Like I know. I just can't really. I'm not good with trying to argue a point to someone about it. You know?
Yeah,
'Cause
I would
you-
say just kind of one of those pro tips, man. Don't come out the gate with saying domes and whatnot because that's not really gonna win the day. You gotta know your audience because you never know there's somebody lying and waiting for somebody to say things like that, and then they're gonna challenge you. Well, go ahead and give me evidence of the dome. Go
it's
ahead.
in the Bible.
Yeah, I know, but
Where's your
you
evidence?
said it's in a book, and that's not evidence.
Yes,
Evidence would be
it is. It
empirical.
is evidence.
Can we test
Absolute evidence.
what's it
I
made
believe
of?
that the Bible is the word of God.
That's
So
great, but there's a lot of people who
that's
are
the
atheists, right? There's
yeah,
people
that's
who are
cool.
agnostic.
Good on them.
So
But
we
that's what
can't.
I believe. So that's what I
That's
believe.
great,
So
Cookie. You
you know what I
can't
mean?
take your worldview just because you have an idea of like what religion you believe in right now, and think that the whole world has to understand your point of view. If you don't
No,
have something to
I don't
demonstrate,
care what the world thinks. So I think you got me confused for like one of these people that come in here to argue the points with people all the time. I don't know. I just drop in and listen, and sometimes I'll say something.
well, I know, but don't you think
It
that
threw me off guard when you're like,
that's kind
oh,
of
like
a unfair position for somebody to have?
not
Like,
really.
just say, I believe this as far as the Bible goes, and if anybody doesn't, they can kick rocks. Like that
I'm not
is
gonna
very
tell them
poor, I
kick
think.
rocks. I don't give a shit what people.
You're
You know what I
basically
mean?
saying
Like,
that right now. You don't give a shit what they think because you believe the Bible says this, and they can kick rocks for all you care. You don't really care what about them.
exactly.
That's what you're saying, right?
Now we're on the same level.
No, I think you're on a different level, man. You're all by yourself doing your thing, thinking that
Yeah,
if people don't get along with what you're saying, then that's tough cookies for them.
I don't care. Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah, see? That's fucked up, dude. You can't do that. Fuck's sake, dude. Like you're an ambassador of truth. You need to like be
Oh
able to
man.
You'll be able.
Don't
I'm
hit me
serious,
with
dude.
that, bro. That's crazy.
It's true. That's true, though. If you believe that what the Bible says, and you're going along telling
Holy.
people the truth, and you're doing what you say you are, and then you say something antithetical, like I don't give a fuck about those guys, isn't that opposite of what you should be doing? Like speaking the truth no matter what.
Yeah, you're right.
That's all I'm saying, bro. Like when it comes right down to it, man, like there's a specific
Just try to
thing
understand.
that we're all gonna do.
You're one. You've been doing this 10 years, so you can understand. Like it's just you know how draining it is, and it just drains your energy trying to talk this topic with people that just they don't even know their own model. You know, and
Yeah, I
it's
get
like
it. I get
like
it.
what you say, they bombard you with fucking 10 questions at once and won't
Yeah.
let you answer the first question they asked you, and you know what I mean. So I don't have the time for all that anymore.
Yeah. What? Well, I was saying too.
I,
It's like
I know I know what the truth is. You know what I mean. Certain people around me, you know what, just from like certain things I talk about, I'm sure they're privy to it or whatever. I have a couple flat Earth friends that's in my friend group, and some of my friends make fun of us, but whatever. It just comes with the territory. But I just can't. I can't like. It's not like an everyday thing for me. You know what I mean? I'm not in here every day doing this. Like it's too much. I don't know how
I
some
don't
of you
know.
guys do it. To be honest, like I give my hat off to you guys.
You, I don't know. Maybe it's just a different perspective that you need to have, a fresh perspective, man. As what I think. Because currently, right now, you have like this worldview about how you should go about having arguments or even discussions. Because you might think, because arguments sound a bit too rough for you, like you're not in it for that. You just like what you know, and that's it. But it's like, I mean, you can akin it to the guy in that one of the parables, right? He had a talent, but he buried it. He didn't go and tell anybody about it because he was like,
Yeah,
when he was
that's
speaking to the Lord.
crazy.
Yeah. And the other one, when the ones that were speaking out, that were getting a return on their speech, right? On what they said, it was coming back. It doesn't, whenever you speak the truth, it doesn't come back empty. Something, you plant the seed, right? So those guys that did that, right? There was a parable of those guys actually. The one who did a mediocre, he got a little return back because he spoke up a little bit. And the one who was really like prominent in speaking out, he got a huge return on his on investment of speaking truth. And so the Lord, what he did is he took the guy who buried his talent, and he gave it to the other two, because he didn't do what it was supposed to, which was the commission, right? Go out and tell the world. And so this is why we need to arm ourselves with the correct way to do things, and not just bury our heads in the sand, so to speak.
The
Anyway,
interesting
bro.
thing is the Lord says the same thing to the guy with 10 talents and the guy with 5. He said, "Well done, good and faithful servant." So it didn't matter if he had 10 or 5. And then the person who just buried it, he gave that one to the richest guy, the guy with 10.
The 10, yeah, of course. And I think
He gave his money back and was like, "Here, I didn't lose your money, King."
Yeah,
The guy was like,
right.
"Oh, you didn't even go and put it in the bank and make
Yeah,
interest?"
exactly. That's the point, man. You got to collect that interest. And so but of course it's not going, the interest isn't going to you. It's not for you. It's for
Yeah.
the kingdom. So and I'm only saying this because I'm speaking to you in this way because of what background you have for the biblical position that you hold.
I know.
That's the only reason why. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't say that to just a
Hitting
normal.
me with these Bible verses, but yeah. I got my
Anyway.
buddy sitting next to me too, so it's like.
But I guess to me, that's important because of the fact that if I encounter somebody that's in that position, I know when I speak to a like-minded person in the biblical sense, you already know what to do. I don't have to tell you any more than that. Like 'cause you can see the parable, and that
No,
is
absolutely, yeah. You're right.
that's the standard for you and me. We are not above that standard. Like that's the standard that holds us to what we have to do. Like, and from there, the word speaks to you, not me. No, I'm just pointing you to it. Like this is what it says, bro. Like
You're right. You're right.
we can't just bury our heads in the sand and say, the world can do what it wants. No, that's not the commission. Commission is go out and tell the world. So it's rough, dude. It's not easy, and that's the whole point. Do you think that if it was easy cookie, everybody would be doing it? It's the hard road, bro. It's the rocky pebbles, and you're walking on it. Your sandals are busted, but if you keep going, dude, That word
Listen,
that you send out will come back in return. I'm telling you.
listen.
will.
I live in the world's most liberal city, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I used to be a street preacher downtown Toronto. So trust me, I know.
Oh, then yeah.
People are crazy, bro. Trust me, I've had like
And just
mad violence.
beware, dude. Like, just listen, man. If you're doing that too, just be cautious because it's not only
Well, yeah, I don't street preach no more. So I kind of fell into sin and started drinking and hanging out with the wrong crowd. But I'm trying to get away from that now. You know what I mean? So,
listen, man. There's no conviction like the one you give yourself because there's the only conviction that can make change. Not anybody. Anyone can give you, 5 cents worth of advice, but it's not going to do you any good unless it's you that you have a talk with. So,
yeah, you're right.
Anyway, but I think we're just having now it's just, just a conversation amongst people who, that we think about like what we
I
need to do.
appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I mean,
sometimes that's all someone needs is just a little encouragement. You know what I mean?
encouraging words, but I mean, it's difficult times, man. Like right now, in this arena, there's people just like having all sorts of thoughts about what they think flat Earth is, and how we should go about telling people, and it's not as easy. Like the way when we first started, man, everybody had a lot of fire in their belly to go tell everybody the Earth is flat and stuff. Now it's like there's a lot of factions and there's politics, and it's crazy, dude. Like I get why you have that sentiment, but
yeah, that's another thing too. Is like I find like flat Earth has gone beyond like with the politics surrounding it. I feel like it's gone like way overboard. You know?
Yeah, there's a bit of stuff that doesn't need to be, but
like there's a bunch of different like groups inside of flat Earth. You know, like people that believe in certain things and like different denominations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. I know what you mean. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's the reason before you came into this call and you said, "What are you talking about?" That's what I was talking about.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was speaking on.
Yeah, that's funny.
So it's weird that you said that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
man.
yeah, I don't want to hog too much more time. Maybe there's some other Globers in here.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. I don't want to take up the mic. But I do see Matthew in here. I've seen him around a bunch of times. Yo, I didn't know you were. Are you Christian, Matthew?
Yes, I'm an evangelical
wow.
Christian. I work at a Christian college called Biola University in Los Angeles County.
Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen you around. I've listened to you talk a couple times. I know you're a Globe Earther. But I didn't know you were a Christian. That's cool to know.
Oh,
I heard you say the parable.
Likewise.
So I'm just wondering.
Yep, I think it's actually true. I think that there are good reasons for believing that God exists and for believing that Christianity is true. I mean, obviously, there's the faith component, and nobody comes to the Lord except through the conviction of the Holy Spirit. But I think that there are good reasons also.
Amen.
It's cool to hear you're a street preacher. That's tough. But
yeah, I was a street preacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Toronto too. Like Toronto's pretty crazy. I don't know if you know anything about the street preaching scene in Toronto or anything, but there's a preacher out here named David Lynn, and he's kind of very controversial right now, like being accused of being like a cult leader and stuff. And I was like affiliated with his ministry, sort of. Like there was this dude named Dory Love, who's also kind of a famous street preacher. I was with like his ministry. Yeah, he's kind of like he left David Lynn's ministry and started his own thing, because like these YouTube preachers, they make a lot of money, and so he was basically seeing like this revenue come in, and he wasn't getting any of it, so he's made his own YouTube channel, left the ministry, made his own stuff. I didn't realize all this when I started doing it, but David Lynn was the first dude. Dory Love was the first dude to teach me how to street preach, basically. And we have conflicting beliefs in our denominations. Like I'm more reformed in my theology, and he's more of a Pentecostal and charismatic in his theology.
Yeah, that's a very, they're almost like opposite.
Yeah, we bump heads a lot. Like he hates Calvinists and stuff, which I wouldn't consider myself. Yeah, so like I wouldn't consider myself exactly a Calvinist, but like I do believe in the doctrines of grace
Yeah,
I'm
me
just
too.
here. I'm having
Sola
a hard.
Scriptura.
Yeah, Sola Scriptura. I'm just having a hard time right now with like certain things in my theology. So like I'm trying to work it out with the Lord. You know what I mean? So
I actually
I
do
think
want to have a conversation with you now that you're saying all this, dude. To be honest, hit me up in the DM, Cookie.
yeah, we can have a conversation because I just have a friend over now, so I don't want to get too
Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
about it.
no,
But,
no, just say what's up so I can have you, because after
oh
whatever,
yeah.
we'll
I'm
talk
listening.
later, whatever, whenever it's convenient. But
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
cool,
add you
bro.
to. I used to preach on trains a lot and street preaching as well. So I'm gonna add you as well.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
there's a couple of people in here, but I don't
Yeah, I
want to
could use
detract
it
from
right
the
now,
room.
bro. I'm on my I've been kind of I don't want to use the word backsliding but
Yeah,
like I've
don't
kind of been
this. We'll, dude, we'll talk about it.
yeah. So anyways,
But
let's get back to the flat earth topic though, if anyone wants to take over the microphone.
yeah, we don't have, I don't think, some Globers in here, but I mean, I was thinking about starting my space. I was gonna let you guys know I'm gonna do that in a while. I gotta get busy doing something, but if you guys want to join me on a space, we can do that. We'll rock it till 6 in the morning or something.
I was
Yeah,
just gonna ask about that. I thought I heard earlier that you were gonna open one
Yeah,
up.
the old war has ensued, so the different factions might come into our room and stir up trouble or whatever. But you
That's
know what I'm
fine.
saying?
I figure it. Yeah.
It's,
Drop the link when it's ready there. I'll see how long I last in there.
yeah, I'm just gonna. I might just put it in here in the live stream voice text. Well, I did. That's where I put it, and then I'll leave a link to on
What time
X.
you plan on starting it?
I gotta do something. Be like maybe 20 minutes or so. I don't know, something like that.
Oh, cool.
Then, if anyone else is down, yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Yeah, you guys can like Cookie and whoever else.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
I'll tell you what. I'll set it up right now for like 30 minutes, and then we'll do that. I'll put it in the live stream voice text. You have permissions, Cookie, on your account?
Yeah. I think for what?
The Flat Earth VC verified. Okay, yeah, no, I'm just checking your account. Yeah, you can see.
I've been here for a while.
You can see the live stream voice text.
Oh yeah. I see all that.
All right.
I can post pictures and stuff too.
I'll drop the link there, and then whoever wants to join later on can do that.
Cool.
I even got space here.
That doesn't mean you have to stop talking.
Right? It goes completely silent.
Yeah, that happens at times. At first, it's a little strange because there's 25 people in here, but at some point I kind of get used to it because we're all waiting for the Globey, ready to pounce.
Mick, you got a Globey in here right now. Why don't you expose to Cookie
Who
the
that?
incoherence of Matthew's beliefs? Go ahead.
I would say it's fairly coherent, but I've talked with Cookie a little bit before, I believe.
Yeah, but have you been grilled by Mick so that Cookie can devour the crumbs?
I don't know. I don't think we've spoken much, Matt.
Well, get it done, Mick. We're trying to fill the airways here. Step up.
All right. Yeah, Mick, give me your best shot. What do you think?
Well, I would ask you, like, what's your best proof? I've heard. I know you say you believe it's a globe, given all the evidence, and you use that term specifically, and I commend you for that, because I do think it really is just a belief, right? But would you say you know specifically, or do you ground yourself in that it is solely a belief?
Yeah, so first of all, I typically end up using the words belief and knowledge slightly differently than most people in this room. That's first of all, and then second, I usually say that things in the scientific realm are more the realm of evidence and explanations rather than proofs. But that's just because I'm a math guy. I think proofs belong in the realm of like logic and mathematics. Like I can prove there's an infinite number of prime numbers, and that's sort of like a solid deductive proof. Whereas trying to think about the way that the world is and how science works and chemistry and physics and all that type of stuff, I would typically say things like, "Oh, these are the rules that we think work, and we have good evidence for thinking that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen, stuff like that." So I use slightly different terminology, I guess.
Okay. So we have models for reality, but there's no concrete rules that we can say are definitive. We just think they are, they appear to be.
Well, so let's take an example we probably both agree on to sort of figure this out. I would say that water is made up of H2O, which is 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. And the question is, all right, so do you want to say we can prove that? Or would you say, oh, there's good evidence based on, the mainstream ideas of chemistry, or we think it's true, and we might, and that's as close as we're going to get. How would you describe that idea that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen? Would you call that proven, or a fact, or truth, or best explanation? What would you call it?
Well, the 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen atom bit, I couldn't speak to too much. I have a very elementary level of chemistry background just from high school and stuff. So to be able to delve into that part, I couldn't really speak to. But to say that we know that it's made up of hydrogen and oxygen would be a fair statement, given our ability to break up, water into various gases, or the two gases, pretty much. And we know that's the case because they behave differently, and we call one behavior, So right. So
yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's a good explanation.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are proofs per se. Like it's sort of like to say, heat boils water under certain pressure conditions, or pressure, quote unquote, boils water under certain temperature conditions. Right? There's an intricate relationship between the two, and that's just a given. Now, until that's proven otherwise, it's fair to establish that as a known fact that this behaves this way because it's repeatable.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, so I would agree with that.
So to put it more succinctly, there are things that we can know definitively, but not everything is known definitively. You can't really throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, oh, well, because some things we can't know definitively, we can't know anything definitively. I don't think that's fair to say, and I think I hear some people lean that way once they're proven, like, oh, are you sure or once they're asked, oh, are you sure about, you really know about this thing? And then they start questioning everything that they previously thought they knew.
Yeah.
So it's a mixed bag. and I think it's fair to run with those premises.
Yeah, I like the way that you put it. I would say that there are different things that we have maybe different levels of knowledge about, or different levels of like sureness that it's true. Maybe some things are kind of like more guesses, our best guess, whereas other things are more definitively known. Especially in biology, it's like, well, we think this is what medication does to the body to help you get over high blood pressure or whatever. So especially in medicine, it's kind of like this almost mysterious black art. Whereas something like you said, if you boil water, nobody disagrees with that. Like we know what happens when you add heat to water. So I would say there's a spectrum. And in general, I'm a little bit less skeptical than people who doubt mainstream science. I sort of think that mainstream science have most things correct. So that may be where we differ. Like I accept more of mainstream science than flat earthers do.
So do you accept that some things can be known for sure and other things we can't?
I would say I would say even
that-
knowing for sure is on a spectrum. So yes, I think that some things are really far, 99.99% sure that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen.
But would you agree that it's fair to say that even the things that we know are for sure, like for example the water boiling under certain temperatures and pressure conditions, that effectively does lie on the spectrum. It's just on the utmost extreme end.
Right. Yeah. No, I would agree with that. I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay, so I don't think we're in contention there. I think then it's just some of the things that we're talking about. Where do they lie?
Yeah,
right?
I think that's a really good way to describe it.
Yeah, and I think some people would say, "Oh, well, this particular thing in question is bang flat, flush against one side. It's a given." Like for example, water level lays flat.
Yeah.
Right. You have a glass of water. Boom, it's flat. Some people would argue, "Oh, well, it's not actually flat." Well, if you have to give a measurement of that, they're just calculating it, given an a priori model that they've been provided by other calculations, and then embed that or superimpose that on the small surface area, and then say, "Oh, well, it's 14 nanometers or something," right?
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's measured flat. So think of it like this, right? If you have a glass of water, it looks flat. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. You have a pool of water, or like a pool in your backyard that lays flat, even though it's hundreds of thousands of times more surface area or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So at what point does it not be flat?
So you said it looks flat, and I would say both cases it does look flat. And I would say that technically it's not actually flat. But just to be clear, I don't buy everything that the mainstream media says. So just to show my cards, I actually don't think scientism is true, that science is the ultimate authority. And I disagree with mainstream science on some pretty fundamental things, chiefly in the origin of the universe. Most scientists say it was caused by just natural selection, natural processes, and all that. And I think there's clear evidence for design in the creation of the universe and life. So just to say, it doesn't bother me to go against mainstream science.
Okay. So if I rephrase that, it looks flat. Okay, the pool looks flat, and if we measure it, even crudely, it measures flat. So is there a way by which we can actually ascertain whether that premise is false by getting more accurate, for example, and finding the error margin that we lie on?
Yeah, so the error margin between the surface of a swimming pool that's 100 feet, I forget if it's 100 feet or 100 meters. I think 100 meters. The difference between that surface being perfectly straight and having a slight curve is I think the thickness of a piece of paper at the end of the pool. And so I don't think with our current technology and current tools, we would be able to distinguish between those two things.
Okay, so that thickness of the pool margin, is that a reverse engineered figure based off of the supposed curve? Okay. So I don't know if we can really use that because that's what's in contention, effectively.
Yeah, so
You know, so
no, you're right. What I'm saying is,
if we go back to the root of that, can we dig it up and figure something out that's actually palatable and concrete?
yeah. So you're exactly right. So we Globers say, oh, there is a slight curve, but using our numbers that we presuppose, we would say that slight curve would mean that there's a curve on the surface of a swimming pool that amounts to the thickness of a piece of paper. So because of that, flat earthers would say, here's what we predict, perfect straightness. Globers would say, here's what we predict, perfect straightness with just a little deviation. And it's going to be hard to measure the difference and see who's right because those two things are so close. We cannot detect the difference between those two predictions.
Okay, so if you can't prove it, why presuppose that it's anything but what you observe?
Oh, yeah. So the idea that the Earth is a globe is not from the curvature of swimming pools or even lakes or something.
Oh, no,
It's
no,
based on other ideas.
That's what I'm getting at, right? So those ideas are what underlie your reasoning for why it can be reverse engineered to suggest that the swimming pool is actually curved. So those ideas themselves, are there any models, or not even models, but frameworks that don't have any assumptions embedded in them? Because that would be something that would be highly reliable, as opposed to others that have one, even two, maybe even one assumption.
So you're asking if there's any of the globe measurements or whatever that don't have some assumption behind them?
Right.
I guess the answer is no, because we assume that the Earth is a globe as a way of explaining certain observations. And I would say this is sort of the idea of inference to the best explanation. Like here's some observations. Which model has a better explanation for what we see?
Okay,
I know you don't like the word model, but you know what I'm saying.
I'm fine with models because they have predictive power, but they're not hardy enough for everything. Given a certain subset of variables, okay, you can forecast this, that, the other thing. In terms of function, like I can use a model functionally, not necessarily to explain everything, or to even try and use it to as a function for everything. It's known that it's got limitations. So, no one would refer to that and be like, oh, well, here's my, stuffed teddy bear. I'm going to cling to it because it explains everything and fuck y'all. No one does that, It's just a useful tool. There's a saying, all models are wrong, but some are useful, more useful than others. Right?
Yeah, they're approximations about what we think, the way things really are.
So why one model over another is what I think I'm digging at.
Okay, no, that's a fair question.
What are the philosophical underpinnings, that lead one to, have a bias to, and lean towards one versus another?
Yeah, so let me give you an example. I've used this example before, but during the night of a full moon, we look up into the sky and see that the size of the full moon, the apparent size of the full moon, stays the same from moonrise through midnight through moonset. And so the question is, okay, what's an explanation for that? And the standard heliocentric globe model says that the moon is about the same distance the whole night long, and so that's why it appears the same size the whole night long. Whereas my understanding of what most flat earthers say is that the moon appears to rise and go overhead and set because it's coming towards you on a flat plane, going overhead, then going away from you. And so if we look at those two different ideas, it seems like the evidence, the globe model is a better explanation for what we observe. That's what I mean by distinguishing between the two different explanations.
But what are all the factors in play for both models? Because one would need to know that to really be, oh, well, one is better than the other,
right?
Instead of just hand waving one out of preference.
Right. And so the factors you might look at is which one is simpler, which one matches the other observations we have that's internally consistent, which one sort of fits with the other things we know about perspective and geometry and sight, that kind of stuff. Like the rule of the law of perspective, things get smaller when they get farther, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, you said simpler. So it's more simple to think we're on a ball than we're not, even though we don't perceive anything suggestive of the ball model. It's simpler to try and do mental gymnastics to be like, oh, well, we must be because X, Y, Z, and say, oh, well, there's no motion, we don't feel it, so there might not be any, as opposed to, you call that simpler?
It's putting several of the things together. Like as a whole, I think it's simpler. And specifically with the moon size, I think the reason that the moon appears the same size is because it's the same distance. So that seems like a simpler explanation. Oh, the moon doesn't change distance, than to say something like, oh, there's these weird atmospheric effects and moon illusions of near the horizon, or there's enlargement, or I don't know what would be a simpler thing than the moon appears the same size. It is the same size.
But why are we all of a sudden talking about the moon? I just wanted to bring that up. Why is that?
I was using that as an example observation for which the globe Earth has a better explanation. We could use a different
because
example.
He's got no proof of curvature, so he's got to go to the moon and the sun sets. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just getting at, like, again, you're asserting it's better, even though the premise that we're on a ball has no obvious basis for what we were talking about before. But it would be, it would maybe explain something better if it was actually true. But we kind of stemmed away from that for some reason.
It's the worst explanation.
Wait, what's the worst explanation?
That it's constant distance away from the Earth because Earth's a sphere.
Well, I was just starting with I was just talking about the constant distance. I think the idea that the moon is a constant distance all night long is the best explanation for why it's a constant size all night long.
The worst.
But shouldn't we get our foundations correct first before we move on to a derivative topic?
No, this is a observation, and we're trying to figure out what explains it best, and so that it is sort of at the heart of the matter. Like, this is an explanation, and the two
I'm not.
We were talking about the ground and water just 5 minutes ago, and you leap to the moon to kind of add some flair to suggest that your prior statement about the ground is more likely because, well, the thing with the moon is, would make sense if that was actually the case. So it's like you're trying to pad your argument about the ground, given what's going on in the sky, without actually providing any substance about the ground argument to begin with.
Yeah,
you don't really know, but you might know, and you're trying to make an inference about what it might be, given some other ancillary aspects of what we observe.
Yeah, the connection is that we can see the moon at the same time in distant cities, and so that could provide an external reference point to see if those two different cities have a different direction of down or are curved relative to each other. So that's the connection. It helps to have an external reference point.
Now, that is all very interesting, but need we actually go there to talk about or to get to the heart of the matter of what we were talking about before? Or is that just like some extra fluff?
No, I wouldn't call it extra fluff. I'd call it a significant observation that influences the way that you think about what direction the ground is facing.
I don't know about you, man, but it all, down appears down. It looks flat. It's used as such, and measurements that we conduct kind of lean that direction. So to me, you don't really need much more than that.
Yeah, the question isn't is down here. I mean, obviously, I agree that if I'm sitting here, down is that direction. That's easy. The question is, if I'm here in Los Angeles and somebody else is over in New York, is the direction of down parallel or not? And in order to figure that out, it's helpful to have an external point of reference, like the sun or the moon.
Okay, but we can't really go there. We're recipients of, we're recipients of what they appear to us. We have no way of really knowing what's in between us and them, really. So if we don't know that, how can we really rely on just our observation to be really, you know what I mean? Like, how can we do that?
Yeah,
if we don't know
that's a fair
what's going
point.
on.
I mean, I guess my assumption would just be that the moon is where it appears to be, kind of like the simplest. Like, oh, look up there, there it is. If we start with just sort of that simple observation,
Right.
that's probably the
So
default.
that seems fair, right? So it seems like the simpler explanation, but it would seem to me that you're swapping one context that you're choosing the simpler model for, but at a cost of creating something more complex for the thing that's actually in question. You know what I mean? Like a flat plane is the simpler one, but the sky phenomena is kind of complex. But oh no, let's swap it. It's actually a ball, but it's complicated. But now the sky stuff is simple. So let's go with that. Like that seems to be your preference for some reason.
Yeah, it is simpler to assume that the Earth is perfectly flat because that's what it appears to be. It is simpler to assume that the Earth is motionless because that's what it feels like. Although we don't feel motion per se, but that is simpler. And it's not just that we're looking
Yes,
for
we
the
do
simple.
feel motion. We feel acceleration and deceleration.
Yeah, that's acceleration, deceleration. I was saying we
That's
don't
correct.
feel
And
motion.
if you're on a
we
turning
just-
moment, you would feel it. Yes or no?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
do. We do feel acceleration, and if we're on a
Yes,
ball,
not
that's
emotion.
spinning, it's effectively constant acceleration.
Right, but
Angular
it's below
momentum
the
is
threshold
constant
of human senses.
Oh well, okay. Well, now there's a caveat. Oh, a magic Deus Ex Machina right there.
No, it's just the measurements of acceleration that would be required for the Earth to rotate and what humans can feel. These are measured
Awesome.
quantities.
So what about the Earth traveling around the sun? Would we feel that?
That's even less. The
It's
most
even faster.
Yeah, but the acceleration is lower.
It's still traveling around a circuit, so you'd still
Right.
feel it because of its crazy speeds.
Yeah, but it's like less than a tenth or a
Counteract
hundredth amount of acceleration, I think.
Interesting how none of these so-called motions can be detected. Surely you'd detect that over the Earth's spin. They can't even detect that.
Wait, so no, it's how much acceleration there is, not how much motion there is, because we feel acceleration, not motion.
We know. And
Yeah, but
around a turning moment is what? Constant acceleration.
right.
Correct. So you're not traveling in a straight line, you're going around a corner, so you would constantly feel it.
Oh, so you
Yeah,
would constantly
and
be
even-
subject to acceleration. That's right. The question is the acceleration large enough that the human body could feel it? And I
But
think the answer is
even
no.
then, how would we actually? Sorry to interrupt, but how would we actually know what that is? We would have to know the shape, the size of the ball to be able to calculate that, right? What
Right.
it would be. Yeah, but and that's even in question. Like how do we actually get? What's the first instance of? Oh well, we know it's a ball of this size. Where'd that come from?
Well, so that's a separate question
I
of where
don't.
we came up with that number. But the point is, if we have a number, we can look in that, do the calculation, and see that the acceleration required would be below the amount that humans can sense.
Well, but here's the problem, though, because the below a certain threshold of what we can sense, there's effectively an infinite space there. So any radius number that would yield, an acceleration of anything below that could effectively be the one you choose. So it's not exactly concrete there.
Yeah, we're not using that threshold of sense of what humans can sense as a way of figuring out the radius. We're just there are other
but my point is
calculations.
that's not a way of affirming the actual radius, because it must be it's this and it's this size, and look, we don't actually feel it. Well, that would explain why, because the threshold is X, and we're calculated to have to experience something below X. So isn't that convenient?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, in other words, if we don't feel any acceleration, and we're trying to say, oh, is it because there's no acceleration, or there is slight acceleration but below what we can feel? There's no reason to say that there is acceleration just because we can't feel it. I agree. I'm saying that when you say, oh, because we don't feel anything, therefore there is no acceleration, I'm saying, well, there's another option. It's just too low for us to feel it. That's what I'm saying.
See, I think that's reasonable, though it would now require that we dig into the physicality of it to justify that.
Right. Yeah,
So,
I mean,
like,
look
again,
up
where did all this come from to begin with?
Use the ground. You use the ground as a zero motion reference in order to gauge whether other things are in motion or not.
Right, like the speed of your car, how fast airplanes fly, or stuff like that.
You want to say when you park your car, it's still in motion. I mean, okay, weird.
Well, motion is always relative to something, so it depends on what your motion according to what. Usually it's the ground, but you're right. I mean, if planes are flying, then it's motion relative to the air, and so that's why they have an airspeed indicator separate from a ground speed indicator.
So I guess I'm kind of anticipating you bringing up something like Eratosthenes or something, because that's, to my understanding, where a lot of this really emanated from, and that I think is.
Yeah, so I know that some people say, "Oh, Eratosthenes proves the globe." I don't think that's true at all. I think that Eratosthenes assumed the Earth was a globe and also made an assumption that the sun is infinitely far away, or far enough away that the sun rays are parallel. And with those two assumptions, he made a calculation of the Earth's circumference. So I see that as merely a calculation, not a proof of anything.
Well, that's fair. I think that's honest. But then that would mean that somewhere after that, it was solidified somehow.
Yeah, there are other calculations that did the same thing to try to attempt to, using the same assumption, the Earth is spherical roughly, trying to figure out the size of that sphere. So, there's been a handful of different ways of trying to calculate that.
Okay, so going back to kind of what I asked earlier, just circling back to that, is there anything that is not so presumptive as something like Eratosthenes or any of his successors that just, is just concrete measurements, bing, bang, boom, no assumptions, done?
Yeah, I actually don't think so. I've always said that I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth or curvature of water. And I'm saying directly. Who is that?
And somebody just ding dong. Somebody's clocking in and out.
Yeah, I was trying to see who it was. I missed it though. Anyway, I don't think it's possible to directly measure that. But like I said, I think the idea came from looking at a collection of observations and determining that, hey, if the Earth is spherical, then this explains and describes those observations well. Like moon set, the constant size of the moon, the phases of the moon, the seasons, sunsets, and then more modern things like modern technology like GPS and satellite TV and those kinds of things.
Okay. Well, like it would. I think it would be fair to do something like that if the observations were only explained by one particular phenomena. Like the boats over the horizon thing. Back then, they didn't have any notion of optics per se as we understand it today. Angular resolution and all that stuff. It wasn't, as far as I understand it, part of their their lexicon. So how could they?
You're probably right.
Actually, so it just if it's fitting, but it's not wholly explanatory. So I don't know if that's solid enough to stand on.
Yeah, I think that's more of a historical fact that the ancients saw boats disappear bottom up as they sailed away, and I think that was what got them to start thinking that the Earth may be not flat, it may be spherical. I wouldn't call that a proof these days. I think it's more just sort of part of the story of where that idea came from in the first place.
Okay. Well, that's honest. I can respect that. I'm just curious where it was solidified. And if it hasn't been solidified, then, there's fertile ground for people being in here questioning all this shit because it's not solid.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, Ptolemy said that he was a geocentrist and said everything kind of goes in these cycles and epicycles around the Earth. I don't know if it would be called solidified then, but with the Copernican revolution and people making heliocentric models, I think that sort of brought it around on much steadier ground, because now the planets are going in these really simple elliptical orbits, and that very accurately described where they were in the sky. So I would put it about 500 years ago.
Okay, so it is a fairly recent phenomenon.
Yeah.
So everyone that thinks everyone knew the globe for thousands of years is not exactly accurate. There might have been a handful of people that thought it or conceived it like that, but that was like the small elite philosophers in Athens or something.
Right. Yeah, that's an open question. I mean, the people who wrote science books and corresponded with each other about these kinds of questions generally thought the Earth was a globe, but who knows what the farmer, trying to live past age 40 in the year 1200, who know what he thought? That's a good question. I don't know what kind of education those people would have had.
Fair. So suffice to say, it really is very much a belief. Things seem reasonable. They seem explained by X, Y, and Z, but there's nothing really solid, but I'm going to go with it anyway because it seems fitting, and I was taught it my whole life, and it seems reasonable. Like
I see what you're saying.
And honestly, I commend you. At least you're honest on that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I'm hearing you correctly and putting it a little bit more paraphrased, I think that's what I understand is coming from you.
Yeah. No, I am saying that. I think you're accurately saying that is what I am saying. But I would say we still do that in the modern age. I mean, most people that you see at Walmart, if you ask them how Wi-Fi works, they would sort of have some vague idea that like, oh, it's some radio signals or something and electromagnetism, but that's all they would be able to say. And so they have sort of a blind belief in radio waves and the technology of Wi-Fi. But there are people who do know it like the back of their hand and do understand it. So I think it's reasonable to, if you don't know any better, to go with kind of like the mainstream educated guesses. If you don't understand Wi-Fi, it's okay to trust the experts about it.
I think that's reasonable within context, because the difference between the Wi-Fi thing is you can go to someone who's got technical expertise in that, and they can walk you through it and break down all the components and demonstrate and show you manuals of, you know, this, that, the other thing. Maybe go through some physics history, and this guy did this and put this piece together, and look, it's in your box, and this is what's going on. And they'd be able to explain it and give a background to it.
Right, good educators, that's what they do.
Like the methodology it's readily available, and it's feasible to try and explain it to somebody if they wanted to. In this arena, everyone's coming in with, this other guy knows, and no, this other guy probably knows. It's like this big circle of, you know, what do you want to call it? Broken telephone. That it keeps circling around, like, this other expert probably understands, and it doesn't land anywhere.
Yeah, and actually,
I would see that being a key distinction in the two in both areas.
Yeah, I would say that's exactly where we are with evolutionary biology and with natural selection and all these kind of stories about the beginning of the universe and beginning of life. Scientists sort of assume that somebody else knows all about it, but really there are fatal flaws within their system. So, you know, that's why I don't buy everything that they say.
Gotcha. Okay, so if you can see that, what do you think really prevents? Like, what's the main thing that would prevent you from applying that line of thinking into this arena too? Given you see how the how the sausage is made, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that I have sort of a basic level understanding of most of the ideas around the shape of the Earth, and they seem to make sense. And the idea that the Earth is a globe explains things well, in my opinion. Observations, and there's nothing inherently contradictory in that. And so, until I hear of a better explanation for those kind of simple observations, I'm gonna stay with the best explanation I've heard so far, which is the heliocentric model for the solar system.
Is there anything that you're aware of that can only be explained on a globe model?
Yeah, I think that the seasons and like the constant size of the moon that I brought up earlier is a good one. It's a simple, easy observation.
Now, with your seasons,
there's no good explanations.
what I would like to know,
Feel like
Matthew,
Matrix. I
is
think I'm good. Thank you, Matt.
when it's summertime in the northern hemisphere, isn't that when the Baltard on its orbit around the sun is at its furthest distance from the sun?
Yes, it's something like July 2nd, I think, is the farthest point.
So what I would like to know is when we do our little tilt, and that puts us about 800 miles closer in specific regions around your Baltard, how can that have more effect than a 3 million mile difference?
It doesn't. The 3 million mile difference has way more effect than the 800 mile difference.
So why is it summertime when it's at its furthest distance and wintertime when it's closest to the sun?
Because the distance to the sun is not the main factor. The angle to the sun is the main factor.
Okay, you've lost me. You're telling me if I've got a heat source, so say we go to a bonfire. If I turn to the side of me that's facing the fire is going to get hot. I get that. But if I move closer, it's not going to have any effect.
It does. Yeah, it does have an effect.
Okay, so like I stated, when we tilt and generate 800 miles closer, surely 3 million miles closer would have more of an effect than 800 miles.
Yes, it would definitely have much more.
Why
of an
are our
effect.
seasons offset the wrong way?
Because the difference due to the distance is smaller than the difference due to the angle.
We've already established, Matthew, that the angle gives us 800. The distance is 3 million.
Yes, so the angle has two effects. It has an effect of bringing us closer, but it also has an effect of exposing the ground to less of the sun rays because it's at an angle.
So because we've got a 23 degree, we're on a sphere, allegedly. Because the sphere now has shifted 23 degrees, it's now going to get hotter further away from the sun.
Yes. The other
I don't want to
factor.
call you an idiot, but I'm about a bee's dick short of it.
Well, bees are all
Matthew,
male.
I want you to draw that for yourself on a piece of paper and then sit back and have a look at how ridiculous it truly is. What you're telling me,
Oh, yeah, no, I
a tiny
understand
little
exactly
tilt
what I'm saying.
gives us more heat, which we know is about 800 miles, give or take, and you're telling me it's going to have more of an effect than being 3 million miles closer.
No, I'm saying that the tilt has two effects, and you're right about the distance. But the other effect is that the angle at which you're facing
You're
the
on a
heat
ball,
source.
mate. It doesn't matter. At some points, those rays are going to be close to the ball. Haven't you ever shone a light at a spherical object before?
Yes.
At some point, on that ball is going to be close to the light source. If you tilt it, you are still going to have some point that's close to the light source.
Right,
So
right.
how is that going to give us a more of a difference than a 3 million mile shift?
So in the equator, it doesn't make much. There isn't much difference due to the seasons. But we're talking about like in the far north or in the far south. It's both the angle to the sun and also how long the sun is up. So in the summertime,
Okay, Matthew, I want you to explain it like I'm a 5-year-old kid. How is the angle change going to change anything? And I'll tell you why. In winter time, at 12 noon, when the sun is directly above you, 90 degrees above your head, it is colder than it is in summertime at sunrise. Even though the distance is different. See the angle change? And now you're completely opposite.
okay, so I posted something in the chat at 54 past the hour. And the idea is that the same amount of sun lands on a much bigger area. So it has the same energy, but it's heating up, 1.04 meters squared versus 2.24 meters squared if you have a different angle. So that is a much bigger effect on the heating of the ground than the distance. The angle is a much bigger effect.
So you're telling me at lunchtime when the sun is at 12 o'clock or at 90 degrees above our head, it technically should be colder than in the morning and in the afternoon due to the angle.
No, it's warmer. Like when it's directly overhead, it has.
Okay, so you've just nullified your angle argument. Well done.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. I was saying it's hotter.
So therefore it's hotter at sunrise and hotter at sunset than it is at lunchtime.
No, it's the opposite.
Because of the angle.
The angle is smaller, and so it's spread out over a larger area, so it has less heating effect at sunrise and sundown.
But you just said it has more because there's a greater surface area to heat up. So you've nullified your argument.
No, it's a greater surface. It's
Matthew,
dividing by this number.
I want you to do yourself a favour before you barbecue yourself. I know you're a mathematician, and I know that you know how the inverse square law works. So
Right.
I want you to work out the difference of 800 miles versus 3 million miles.
Okay, so 3 million miles would be something like 4 or 5% difference.
And 800 miles?
Less than,
Point stuff all.
0.001%. So hardly any
Right.
difference.
So, at 800 miles, sunrise, sunset, sun at 12 o'clock. At 3 million miles, sunrise, sunset, sun at 12 o'clock. It's still the same angles.
Okay, so do you see? You saw the diagram that I posted at 54 past the hour, right?
Yes, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, so the one on the left, the ground is going to heat up quite a bit more because all of those 5 rays are only landing on 1.04 meters squared. But if the angle is shallower on the right-hand side, that same amount of energy is spread out over twice as much area, And so that's a difference of like 50%.
Excellent.
So that
I'm glad you agree with that. So what you're telling me at winter time at 12 o'clock, it should be hotter than it is at summertime at 8 o'clock in the morning.
wintertime at 12 o'clock. I guess it depends on the altitude, but the amount of heating
Well, my
you get
altitude
from,
doesn't change.
I'm sorry, the angular altitude of the sun in your
That's
latitude.
why I'm using sunrise and sunset and 12 o'clock lunchtime as a difference. So early morning, greater angle. Lunchtime,
Okay.
steeper
Okay.
angle. So
Yeah,
if
yeah, I
you're
see what you're
using
saying.
that as an example, therefore winter time at 12 o'clock lunchtime should be hotter than summertime in the morning.
Here's
I can
what
tell you now, it
Let
fucking
me-
ain't.
Yeah, let me repeat what I think you're saying. You're saying that at noon,
I'm
at
using your
noon in the
angles as
winter,
an example.
right. At noon in winter, when the sun is, let's say,
12
40
o'clock.
degrees above the horizon, it should be warmer. I mean, you should be getting more energy from the sun at noon in winter.
So where do you get
than
40 degrees above the horizon? In wintertime at 12 o'clock, it's up.
Well, I guess it depends on what latitude you're talking about. I don't know. What are you at? Like 30 degrees or something? 35
Yep,
degrees
pretty
latitude?
close. 32, 33.
Yeah, so maybe it's closer to like 55 degrees in the sky, something higher like that. Anyway, so yeah, you are getting more solar radiation when the sun is at noon in winter at 55 degrees.
So what I'm
altitude
trying to establish,
than the second half.
let's get rid of your multiple rays there, and we're going to use the center one only. A straight single ray from the sun has X amount of energy. Yeah?
Yes.
That energy would be, what would govern that is its distance from the light source or from the heat source to what it connects with.
Right.
True or false?
Yes, the distance. Right.
Right. So why is it when we tilt and we get an 800 mile difference, that has more effect than a 3 million mile difference? So we don't have multiple rays spreading out on angles. We have one single ray direct from light source hitting you in the forehead because you're standing still at summertime and wintertime because you're lazy and you don't like to move. Why is it that the tilt gives you more of a heat variation than the direct distance from the light source?
So you're saying if it's hitting you
You're
in
on
the
a
forehead,
belief, Matthew. Common sense should tell you if you're closer to a heat source, it gets hotter. When in actual
Yes,
fact,
and that's true.
if you look at your helio model, it's the complete opposite.
well, so I mean,
So therefore, when you said earlier that your helio model best explains seasons, I would like to say, sorry, you are wrong.
no, I'm exactly correct. I explained it as simply as
So
carefully as
yet
I
again,
could, and I'm
you're
right.
telling me when you're further away from a heat source, it gets hotter.
No.
Which is absolutely retarded. Any normal kid with half a brain in their head, probably blind, one arm and can't walk forwards, would tell you, go closer to heat source, get hotter.
That's correct. The inverse square law is true. The closer you are, the more heat you get. The farther you are, the less heat you get.
Correct. So now so again, 3 million miles closer to something would have a larger effect than 800 miles.
Exactly right.
Excellent. So why is yours backwards?
It's not. That's
Yes, it
how much
is.
solar radiation you get per square meter. Like if you're facing directly to the sun,
have a look at your system. In summertime, we are the furthest away from the sun. In wintertime, we're closer. Your helio model is completely backwards. And here's the kicker. This is what's really interesting. It's summertime for the northern hemisphere and wintertime for the southern hemisphere. So which one's correct according to the transit of the Earth around the sun?
there are two effects that determine
Because
how much.
technically, just think of yourself like a great big doner kebab turning in front of the heat waves. When you're closer, you're going to get more burnt. The whole thing gets cooked, not just the top half.
Yep.
When you're further away, it doesn't get cooked as much. The whole thing is rotating in front of the heat source.
Yep.
So, again, how stupid is your model when you're further away and only half of it's getting hot and the rest is freezing?
Well, yeah, it's very stupid when you describe it that way, completely ignoring the
That's
angle.
because it is stupid, mate. And
No,
you guys
it's
can't
only
see
stupid
it.
when you
You're sitting
ignore
there
the
going,
angle.
oh, praise NASA. Praise our stupid balls-hard model. It's
No, I don't praise
idiotic.
them. It's not idiotic. It's very simple and clearly explained. I explained it as simply and clearly as I can.
But yet, when you sit back and go, oh, 800 miles is further than... has more of an effect than 3 million miles, I'm going to have to
I've never
call you a
said
clown.
that. No,
Well,
I've
that's
never
what you're
said that.
saying. If you believe that a tiny little tilt has more of an effect than a 3 million mile distance closer to a heat source, mate, that's just idiotic.
To be clear, I'm saying the amount of heating received by the ground from the sun is dependent on two things. One, the distance to the sun, and two, the angle of the sun rays hitting the ground.
So we're using one ray, remember? One directly. So how is that one ray going to change and have more of an effect when it's further away?
Because there are two things. You can't just ignore the angle.
So the angle gives you 800 miles. Do you agree on that? Yes or no?
The angle
Roughly works
gets you
out about 800 miles.
Yes, the angle gets you about
Excellent.
800 miles
So,
closer, but
I'm
that's
going
not
to ask
all.
you again. I'll put it to you like this. If I've got a light source at 800 miles, it's going to burn you, okay? So you don't want to get any closer than that. At 3 million miles or 800 miles, which one is going to... actually, fuck it. It's not worth my effort. I couldn't be fucked. Matthew, if you believe that an 800 mile distance closer to a heat source has more of an effect than a 3 million distance closer, then you've got problems, mate. Go
You're
and
right.
sit
I
next
do
to a
have
fucking
problems.
campfire.
I would have
Seriously.
problems if I said that, but I've never said that.
Well, that's what you believe.
No, it's not.
Mate, Matthew, when was the last time you went to a campfire?
Fairly recently.
Excellent. How close did you sit from it?
Oh, maybe a meter.
A metre? Right, next time you go to a campfire, I want you to sit 1 metre from it, okay? Don't do anything out of the ordinary. You don't have to dance or anything stupid. And then I want you to grab your little camp chair, and I want you to move the thing 1 mile away, and tell me if it gets hotter.
No, it'd get much cooler. Would barely feel
Oh,
it.
really?
Right.
So, whilst you're out that 1 mile away, I want you to turn 23 degrees to the left. And because of the angle, you should get hotter.
No.
Well, that's what you're telling me the sun does.
I'm saying that there are two things that determine how much heating something receives from a radiant heat source. The distance
The
and
angle, which I just gave you, your angle, you can go 1 mile away and turn 23 degrees to the left, and you will get hotter. That's what you're saying.
No, if you're turning away, you get cooler.
Well, turn
But-
towards it then, at 1 mile.
Yeah, you'd get warmer if you turn towards it.
At 1 mile away.
At 1 mile, there's almost pretty much zero radiation.
And why
getting
is
to
that,
you.
Matthew?
Because the
you're
distance
what?
is so far
Further-
away.
Because of the distance. Oh, we're
Yeah,
slowly
inverse
getting
square
there.
inverse square law.
Excellent. So, again, which one would have more of an effect? 800 miles away from a heat source or 3 million miles away from a heat source?
There are two factors that determine how much heating
Let me
you
guess.
get.
The angle, which we've already established is 800 miles. That's the 800 miles I'm using.
No,
so
that's
you
the
keep
distance.
using the word angle, and I'm using it in distance because I've already worked out that your angle is about 800 miles.
You're conflating angle and distance.
Because that's how you calculate the distance. You convert those angles turned into straight line distance, which works out at 800 miles, approximately.
Yeah, the angle does affect the distance, but it's not the only factor when you're determining how much heat a
Okay,
area
again,
receives.
Matthew, go to a campfire, stand 1 metre from it. You get toasted. Go and
Right.
stand 1 mile from it, facing the same way, and then rotate 20 degrees. And you're telling me, because of the angle, you are going to be hotter at 1 mile than at 1 meter.
No, I've never said that. That's ridiculous.
Because that's the claim that you're making with the sun.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's an exact analogy.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And you can't see it because you're too tied up with the Helio model. You can't see the stupidity of it.
It's not stupid. It's internally consistent, and I've explained it very simply.
Anyone else want to play with him? I've had enough fun because I've got to go.
Anybody else have any questions? Is it making sense to anybody what I'm describing? Why the seasons work?
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Cheers, guys. I'll catch you later.
Nice chatting with you. Hey, it was fun chatting. I think we had a good conversation, so I appreciate that.
Sorry, yeah. Cheers, Matthews. See ya. Catch you,
Yeah,
everyone.
cheers. Take it easy. Meticulous, go ahead.
Yes, wouldn't the angle be the same from the north to the south?
No. So the sun is directly overhead one spot on Earth at any point, and so from that one subsolar spot, it's called, the sun is directly overhead, 90 degrees elevation, right? But if you're farther north from that, then the sun is lower and lower in the sky the farther north you go. And so how high the sun is determines how much of that heat reaches the ground. Because if you're facing straight towards the sun, the ground is facing straight towards the sun because it's directly overhead, it gets a lot more heating than if it's only halfway up in the sky.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Jedi, go ahead, man. Please. I heard you butting in there.
It's not a theory, it's a direct measurement. The Earth is measured to lay horizontal flat. It's not a theory, it's a measurement.
It is a theory. You believe what you were
No,
told.
dude, it's a
You believe
No,
what you were
I
told,
wasn't
just like
told.
everybody else in the world. You
I
believe what you
already
told.
observed. No. Sorry. No, it's not
So
what
how
you
can you
observed.
observe something
It's
that I
what-
can't?
Anthony, stop talking. You're confused, my friend.
I'm not
It's a
confused. I'm just
measurement.
pointing out how your theory
Dude,
is flawed.
dude, you're not listening, so how can you rebut to what you're not listening to? It's a measurement. I wasn't told. I measured. Understand, right? It's not a theory, it's a direct measurement. This is why I keep asking you for a measurement of curvature. Otherwise, yours has got a theory without direct evidence. That direct evidence would be the measurement of curvature.
I don't need to measure what I can see.
Okay, well, I see that it's flat then, so I don't need a
Well,
measurement
you
either.
need to
Then,
get a pair of
according to your
glasses.
standard, and all that you've got is a personal attack on me saying that I need glasses.
Well, kid, because
Well
you keep
done,
on saying you
sunshine.
can't see, so that's why I'm just suggesting.
Okay, so it's just a personal attack on me, even though I've been to 40,000 feet and didn't see any curvature on the horizon. You say you do see curvature on the horizon. All that you've got is an attack on me saying that I'm blind and that I can't see. That's not a good, Anthony, it's probably best you shut up, dude. That's not a very good standard of argumentation.
I know because you don't agree with
It's
it,
an
but
ad
when I
hominem.
sent the video of
Anthony, you
people
should
doing,
shut up. Anthony, you should be quiet. You really do need to be quiet, mate. You're making a fool of yourself.
no, I'm
You
making
need
a
to
fool out of you.
provide. You're not doing anything of the sort, my friend.
Yeah, because
so
when
you need to provide. Excuse me.
when I
You
send
need to
the
provide direct
them
evidence, not anecdotal. Anthony, you need to provide verifiable evidence, not anecdotal stories.
stop muting me. I did. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and you didn't like the answer.
I like how he tried to speed that up there to beat the mute.
You know what's aggravating? It's aggravating when people won't concede to that. When you actually look at the Earth and observe it, it observably is flat. That's why there were flat earthers for however long there was before globe Earth was proposed. So don't really understand why you're going to go with that one. But also, to add to Taylor's point, even the planetarium director Paul Larson, he
They're all fucking idiots. Why would I listen to idiots?
he's a planetarium director.
And that doesn't make him not an idiot.
Okay, well then
that you can
you're
let people
the. I
get their
think that
sentence
you're
out,
the
Anthony?
idiot, Anthony.
I don't think
I
Anthony
couldn't
knows
hear
how to
two
make
people.
friends.
What you say?
Yeah,
Taylor.
well, the planetarium director Paul Larson, he calculated that the ISS only sees 3% of the Earth. Therefore, there's no curvature even seen at that height.
So how can it see if it only sees a little bit?
When can you see it ever?
That was so profound. I just hope no one answers you.
Taylor, you got your hand up? Did Taylor just drop?
I got timeout. I gotta pee.
I think we all
I
need
think-
time out from you.
I wanted to address something that Seeker said too. I would state that gravity is not a theory because a scientific theory is something that has been verified with a cause and effect relationship via the scientific method. So it's claimed
You
to
might
be a
be right. I
scientific
mean,
theory, but it's not.
A theory is a thought.
hey, go pee. No one wants to hear you while you're pissing. I was asking ChatGPT about whether or not gravity was a theory or not. It told me it was through GPT, but then ChatGPT's reasoning and stuff is hilarious sometimes.
Well, you need to ask ChatGPT a little bit more specific questions because it's always going to go with the current belief. So if you ask a broad question and say,
the narrative.
is gravity a theory? Well, it's going to say, yeah, gravity's a theory, and it can be verified. However, if you were to break that down into more
Like
direct,
what I would do with it is
questions,
I'd ask it if density and buoyancy can explain every aspect of gravity, you know, and it would say yes. And I was like, well, maybe it just takes the place. Mark wants to say something.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's actually very easy to disprove gravity. All you have to do, you see, gravity says that things accelerate to the Earth. So let's say you jump off a building. Gravity says that's accelerating towards the Earth. So it's very easy to disprove gravity. All you have to do is install an accelerometer app to your phone and drop your phone and see if the accelerometer detects acceleration. Lo and behold, zero acceleration detected. In fact, what it detects is a deceleration. I won't go any further for now because it'll blow people's minds, but it certainly doesn't detect an acceleration. That's for sure. You can try it for yourself.
Now, this is an upwards moving earther argument in disguise.
Well, also
it's
too,
not
let's think about how gravity is supposed to, or the moon. I guess this is the moon thing. The moon's gravity. Well, yeah, the moon's gravity.
Before we go on there, there's nothing disguised here, Alpha. There's nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
it's an
disguised.
upwards moving
How
earther
do you describe it?
in disguise.
How would you explain the
Simple. The Earth is not in motion.
right? So
Hold on.
why does
Let's
the
pause
app
for a
detect
second. I
a
want to get back to another
deceleration?
point about gravity.
We got both of you guys talking.
Why
so
does the
sorry,
app?
one of you guys.
Why does the app detect a deceleration?
What do you mean? Why does the app? Because that's how it was programmed. It was programmed to do certain functions.
No.
So if you're saying that the Earth is in motion, because it's not a question proof.
No.
You don't ask
just
a question.
made a claim.
Well, what else can it be?
You just made a claim.
You can't do that.
You just made a claim. It was programmed for that. You said
it's programmed for certain functions. When it
Is that-
whatever it's programmed to do, yeah.
Oh, you know
Of course
this.
it is.
You know this, do you?
Yeah.
All
So
it's
when they
programmed
program,
to do-
listen, when
listen.
they program, yeah, which you're not understanding though, with accelerometers, they have to input certain parameters into the program. Yes.
No,
or no?
all it's doing is it's
No.
exposing
So they
the
do. So they
phone-
just set up an accelerometer, and the accelerometer
phone
does what
has-
it does because that's what it's supposed to do,
The
right?
phone has an
No,
accelerometer.
you guys do this all the time, Mark.
No, but the
you
phone
guys
has
are
an
part of the.
accelerometer
Listen,
in
man.
it.
I want to show you something. Look at the top of the name of this space. It's called the Old War. You know what that is? Enemies of critical thinking, which is what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to reason with the question
I'm
proof.
just stating facts.
Question proofs are not proofs,
No,
sir.
listen.
You can't start from you can't start from a premise where you're trying to say, well, what else can it be? If the Earth is not, we can't see it in motion, but yet this accelerometer is showing us that something's happening. So it must be something happening. It can't be nothing.
All I'm doing is
That's what you're doing. It's an upwards moving Earth in disguise
all
argument.
I'm doing is explaining what the accelerometer detects.
Yeah, you really
And you're
have you
saying-
designed the
you're saying there's a
accelerometer?
big
Have you designed it? Have you designed it?
So they're conspiring, are they? The app makers.
No, they're conspiring.
That's
Did
what-
you
that's what
design
you're
the
asserting right
accelerometer
now.
to give the parameters?
You're
Listen to me.
questioning- You're
Mark.
questioning the app.
No, listen. This is what you're doing.
Just mute it.
No, you are making a claim that because you didn't program the accelerometer on that app, did you, Mark? So you don't know the parameters which it's working with. Do you, Mark? There's a lot of things that you don't know that you're baking into your
think
assumption.
You don't know that it is.
I'm not
an
claiming to
accelerometer.
know.
Yes,
You're the one that's saying the accelerometer is doing this
it's
and
not
that.
a legit accelerometer.
A legit accelerometer?
Yeah, you're
What?
calling into question the accelerometer on the phone.
I'm
You're
calling
saying
into
there's a
question what
conspiracy.
you are doing with it.
Oh.
What are you doing with the accelerometer? You're using it to show, well, look, when we set it on the table, it's not moving, but yet it's registering
there's
something.
three
So
axes
therefore, what is
in
it
the
registering? Well, it's
accelerometer,
registering
in
that
the
the Earth
app.
is a shut up, Mark. What it's registering is that the Earth is actually doing something, because we're leaving it set on the table and nobody's doing anything to the accelerometer yet. There's some motion detected.
No.
So what can it
There's
be? It
no
has to be
motion to
something. Can't be
hang on a minute.
nothing.
Hang on a minute. So the accelerometer detects motion in 3 directions: the X, Y, and Z axis, right? So when the phone's just sitting on the table, it's just registering 1G. Okay, that's the
Why is it doing that?
because that's the frame of reference. Okay, so all I'm saying is when you drop.
Why is it doing that, Mark?
All I'm saying is that when you drop the phone, it does not detect
No,
acceleration.
you see,
That's it.
this is a freaking upwards moving Earth argument in disguise, and that's
I'm
what
just
you're doing
telling
right
you
now.
what the phone does. It does not
No,
detect
this is
acceleration.
bullshit, dude.
And so that
Can we
debunks
move
You're
on to
not
gravity.
going to put your argument baked into
I'm
what you're
just
saying so
debunking
that we don't
gravity. I'm
know
not
your true
making a
intentions.
claim. I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying it
Yes,
debunks.
you are.
No,
Okay,
I'm just
can we
saying it
stop?
you
Can we
debunks
aren't,
stop?
man.
gravity.
Can I bring
Yes,
up
you
this
are.
point? It's another thing about gravity. It's how does the moon's gravity only work on salt water and not on freshwater
No,
bodies?
we're not. That's not the point, though. I'm
No,
actually like, Jedi. Did you want to speak on this? Because this is an upwards moving Earth argument in disguise. I don't care how you guys slice it. That's what it is.
Yeah, it is. Taylor wants to say something.
She's in the listening panel.
Right.
She's not even a speaker.
Well, I just wanted to mention the moon's quote unquote gravity because it doesn't make sense for Why? gravity's argument at all.
Hmm? What does that have to do with what he was saying? I don't. Jedi, did you?
It doesn't. It doesn't. The conversation with him wasn't going anywhere.
Gravity,
I was trying to say it before.
gravity really doesn't have an argument. All you have to do is ask them for their evidence, their illustration. They don't have it, so that's it. That's all you really need.
Yeah,
I've literally got my head in my hands. This is ridiculous.
You have to go
Look,
into
I've
their
questioned
paradigm and
Peter.
start taking apart
I've
their stuff
questioned Peter.
and
Yeah,
just ask them
I've
for their
questioned
evidence in the
Peter
first
3
place.
times. Every time I question Peter, Peter says when you drop something, it accelerates. Okay, so this debunks that. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not all you're saying.
You
You're
understand
greasing
why,
the
dude?
skids for an upwards moving Earth argument. I've identified it, and now you're denying it. You need to come out right and said that's what you want to declare. Just declare it, get it over with, so we can talk about it. Why is all this hiding behind the bushes of this? Well, I'm not saying that. I didn't say it. Yeah, it's implied by what you're saying. Well, if I drop the phone, it's kind of curious that it's registering not that. Yeah, it's baked in. I
Yes,
guarantee it.
it is baked in, Alpha. So the accelerometers already have baked in the 9.8 meters per second, yeah? Which is the assumption of gravity. So when the phone is dropped and it's not exceeding the 9.8 per meters per second, that's already pre-programmed into the
Hey,
device.
dude, I'm sorry to
It's going to
inform
not
you. I'm
register
sorry to
any.
inform
It's
you,
not going to
AJ.
register any acceleration.
I'm
Mark,
sorry
it
to.
would be very good if you could just wait until I was actually finished
Well,
what
I
I was
just want to. I
saying
want to
instead of
save you
speaking
from
over the top.
embarrassment. I want to save you from embarrassment. Why don't you just go and do the test yourself and see what it does detect?
Did you just not listen to
He's
what I
telling you
said,
about it,
Mark,
Mark.
and what I just explained? Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead, mate.
No, I was annoyed with Mark because that's literally what you were explaining, and he clearly wasn't listening because he decided to talk through you. So, Mark, you need to shut up and listen, dude. Seriously, you're becoming as annoying as Anthony.
Yeah, AJ, that was a great explanation. Can you repeat it, please?
Yep. So the accelerometers are already pre-programmed with the 9.8 meters per second as per the claim of gravity, the assumption of gravity. So when the phone falls, right, if it doesn't exceed the 9.8 meters per second, it's not going to show an acceleration.
It's like, from what height did you drop your phone? Did you give it enough time to reach the full acceleration, or did you just drop it a couple of feet because you didn't want to break your phone?
It wasn't me that did the experiment. It was level-headed William. Okay, and what he detected was a deceleration. So what I'll do, I'll just post it. I'll just post. I don't know what height. I'll just post it in the pill, and you can look at it for yourself.
Dude, the only time the phone's going to register any sort of acceleration in a free fall is when it hits the ground. Both the phone and the accelerometer inside are falling at the same rate due to the pre-programmed 9.8 meters per second that you claim to be gravity. So this would mean that there is no relative movement between the accelerometer and the phone until it actually hits the ground.
You guys have been swindled, and you're taken in by everything that you hear that sounds pretty niche, and it sounds pretty cool because we're giving an explanation, something that the globe earthers have given us for a long time, but we're replacing it with this. Essentially, it's Einsteinian gravitational theory. That's all it is. It's the same shit. It's only different it's masked differently. But you're saying the same song that he is, just a different beat. It's the same song though. Nothing different. But you're coming. This isn't something new. It's old. It's just rebranded. I'm telling you, you've been swindled, and you're coming in here thinking that we're the ones that are getting it incorrectly. You want to save AJ from embarrassing himself. Sir, you're the one that should be embarrassed for coming up with this illogical argument. And it's going to keep happening because people are believing these charlatans, these swindlers. But you don't know how to discern for yourself because it sounds fantastic. You're mystified by what they're saying. You're carried away with every wind of doctrine that they put down your path.
So, are we being pulled towards the Earth?
Oh my God, dude. I don't know.
AJ,
You guys,
AJ, you're the expert. Are we being pulled towards the Earth?
No, there is no force pulling us.
Okay. So
I don't feel pulled down right now. I'm just.
we're being pushed.
where
We're
I
being
am.
pushed down, AJ.
No, not being
I'm
pushed
searching
down.
for an explanation. They all are. These guys with itching ears are searching for some type of explanation, and they find it when these charlatans come forward and say, "This is the answer, my friend. Globe Earth didn't give it to you, but we're here to save you from your distress. Here you go. This is the answer. Upwards moving north. That's it. That's the keys to the kingdom." And you happily accept it. You drink the Kool-Aid and you move on.
No, hang on.
And now you're propagating it. You're propagating it like it's true.
No, you've got to be fair about
I'll
something.
make it very
okay?
simple
Hang
for you,
on,
Mark of
just
Melbourne.
before you do. It's okay. It's okay for you guys to assert a flat Earth. Okay, and I agree. I assert a flat Earth too.
No one's asserting anything.
No.
It's
Hang on a minute.
measured that way.
Yeah, that's right. So it's measured that way. So you can basically back that up, right? So so it's okay to assert a flat Earth here, but the minute I ask you to assert whether we're being pulled or whatever, now AJ Alpha wants to start crying. What's your assertion, or do you have an assertion whether we're being pulled down or whatever, or not? If you don't, that's fine. I'm just asking.
Well, that's what I was just going to answer very simply for you, yeah? What we see is that some objects fall at an average of 9.8 meters per second. Some objects don't. Some remain buoyant. Some things go up. Some things go down, yeah? But there is an average of 9.8 meters per second. That's all we can assert. That's all that we can say. Now, the claim of mass attracting mass and a force, that was Newton, superseded by Einstein. Einstein, it's not a force, which is why, again, I said not a force, yeah, because it's the bending and warping of the fourth dimension space-time, right? So at the end of the day, we can only talk about things that we can verify, and what we can verify is that some objects, not all, will go down at an average of 9.8 meters per second. Very simple.
Yeah, in other words,
9.8 meters per second squared.
Sorry, Flatsy. Yes. Got me.
Yeah, so in other words, you're unaware of the physics behind it.
Correct.
Oh, right.
And nobody here, and no current scientists can claim that they are. It's based off of an assumption and philosophical discussion.
Well, do you know that it's not gravity?
What? Specific gravity, rather.
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, it is kind of
Don't
loaded.
answer it.
Yeah, well,
Loaded.
I'm saying, like, I don't believe it's gravity because gravity, you know, especially Newtonian gravity says we're being pulled toward the Earth, but in nature there is no pull, only push. There's only pressure. So there's no pressure pushing us down because there's nothing above us to force us down. So, and there is no pull in nature. That's just vernacular. That's just a way to describe
You're
it.
making up for the cause right now, is what you're trying to do. You're trying to reason with what the cause could be in a paradigm in which you're describing. You can't do that. That's already been explained to you. You can only talk about the effect. You're ascribing a type of cause for the effect. You cannot do that.
Why?
You don't know the cause for the effect.
I know that it's not pull.
You don't know that.
I know that it's not a pull because there is no pull in nature.
Right? So you're going to give us what you ascribe a cause for the effect is, yes?
Well, there's only pressure.
No, answer the question. You do what Globers do. Just answer the question. Are you trying to ascribe a cause for the effect?
Well, I'm trying to investigate the cause, correct?
Are you going to answer my question? Are you trying to ascribe a cause for the effect? Yes or no?
Well, I suppose, yeah.
Yes or no? Yes?
Yes. Okay, yes.
Okay, so you're trying to ascribe a cause for the effect. So what gives things the propensity to move up or down in the vector in which they do?
Yeah,
Answer that.
That's the question, yeah.
So answer that.
Well, it's two things.
Sorry, that was me. I slipped. Try again.
Yeah, well, there's two scenarios which I'll be honest, I don't know the answer. I'm just inquiring.
All right, stop right there. All right, stop right there. Stop.
Go ahead.
That's good enough. If that was honesty, stay with that. Do not continue or proceed to give me an answer right after you just said that. That was your honest answer. Nothing else should precede that. The moment you speak right after that, it's going to undermine everything you're going to say next. Because you just said you don't know, and that's it. That's the best you can do.
And
you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know either. That's where we're
Never
at.
claimed to, Mark.
No,
I never
all right,
claimed to.
So we don't know. We'll camp right there. All right. We're in a nice, secure spot for you. Okay. We don't have to get too excited. So now we can move to the next level. We can observe there is a vector there. We can observe that and agree. Well, like you said, there is an observation there, and so we can deduct things. We can deduct that we're not being pulled. We can deduct.
Why are we deducing? Why?
Well, you know.
Well, what?
We can say we're not because we're debunking gravity right now.
No, we have already done. Listen, the debunk
You haven't
for
debunked gravity.
Listen,
that's what I'm trying to do. But you keep
Mark,
stopping me.
You're trying to listen. When you say gravity, that's loaded. That means you have to talk about a cause and effect relationship. You have not done that. Okay. So when you identify the word, listen, the word gravity isn't just one word. It's a word that means a couple of things.
Yeah.
It means cause and effect. So when you say you haven't debunked gravity, you're not identifying we've debunked the causation theory for gravity. The effect is the phenomena that occurs. Mm-hmm. Now, when we talk about the effect, we are specifically talking about what we witness when we let go of something in the medium of air. Now, when you say you have not debunked gravity, you didn't identify what we did debunk, which is the causation theory. The debunk for that is that there is no evidence of the fairy tale bending and warping of space and time. Those are conceptual ideas. That's
true. That is true. There is no evidence.
Yeah,
you're right,
Mark. Yeah. I know. So that's what I'm saying. You don't need to debunk something that does not exist. That's a negative. It does not exist.
Well, that's
so. How can I tell you? How can I tell you to debunk No.
You can't debunk
No.
something that's
No.
true.
No.
You
No.
mean you can't debunk
No.
something
No.
that's
No.
true.
No. 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 You can't debunk something that does not exist. Like if I was to tell you, debunk the flying spaghetti monster right now for me.
What about debunk the
it.
globe? Can you
No. No.
debunk
No.
the
Listen
globe?
to what I just said.
No,
It's
no.
the
You
same
listen to
thing.
what I'm saying. You can't
I
debunk the
did.
truth. You can debunk a lie. That's
No,
what we're doing.
Mark. Why
You
are you?
can
Why are
debunk
you so
gravity.
confused about this?
No, no,
Why
I'm
are
not
you confused
confused.
about
You're
this?
confused.
You
Hang
are.
on, Mark.
You are.
Mark,
I'm not. Listen.
Okay.
Go ahead, AJ.
please, Mark.
Okay.
What Elf is trying to explain is that there is no established causation for gravity to begin with. So there is nothing to debunk. Now, secondly, if you want to state that it needs to be debunked in some way,
Yeah,
it
the
just
theory
needs to be
debunked.
false. Hang on. Well, it's just been falsified, yeah? Because we can show that there is no scientific verification to claim a scientific theory. Yeah, there is no cause and effect relationship. So that debunks the claim in itself. You don't need to offer an alternative to debunk something. Yeah, it's been debunked when there was no cause and effect established.
So there's no curve, is there, right? There's no curvature. So can we debunk the
No.
curvature? Can we debunk the curvature then, even though it doesn't exist?
You don't need to listen. When
Why
you go
are you,
to when you
why
walk,
are you so
you don't need to
contrary?
tell somebody about how you're going to
I
debunk.
am
If somebody,
speaking
I told you, listen,
straight.
dude, Mark, you don't realize something. When somebody proposes something that does not exist and they tell you to debunk that,
Like a curve.
how can you debunk something that doesn't exist? It's
Like a curve.
illogical.
You mean like a curve?
Yeah, that's illogical.
No, it's not.
It's illogical for you to attempt to say, okay, I'm going to debunk
That's what you do.
the
That's
imaginary.
what debunking is. You don't debunk the truth. You debunk.
He's confused. I think this is what's happening. He's really confused on this topic. And it's simple. If I present to him something that I say that I want him to debunk, but the thing that I'm presenting does not exist anywhere in the physical and natural world, what is there to debunk? I'm asking the audience now because he seems to be very confused on this. How can I debunk something that does not exist? Doesn't exist anywhere. So if I tell you, go ahead and debunk it, how are you going to attempt to, okay, let me debunk the thing that doesn't exist? You're attempting to debunk something. It's an illogical framework. You can't go into debunking something that does not exist. It doesn't exist.
You mean like the
What is
globe?
so?
Yeah, all you'd be doing, Mark, would be debunking someone's belief system. Yeah, their assumptions. If you were to come to me and say, hey, the earth is curved, I'd just say, where's the measurements? Oh, well, no one's ever done it, but we've seen it from an aeroplane. Yeah, it's debunked. Yeah, it's not there. It's only debunking your belief, not anything in reality.
You debunk it with the evidence of the flat. You don't debunk it by saying, oh, there's no evidence for yours, because they can say, oh, blah, 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 but you debunk it with the actual truth.
But there is no evidence, yeah? So if there is no evidence and it doesn't exist,
there's evidence for the
and it
flat.
doesn't...
The evidence
Correct.
for the flat,
But
yeah.
if there is no evidence and it doesn't exist in reality, there's nothing to debunk to begin with, yeah?
So we don't debunk the globe.
It's just...
We don't debunk the
It's
globe.
just a belief, yeah? Well...
Yeah, AJ,
this,
we don't... Listen, Aussie
no,
to Aussie.
we don't.
Aussie
We
to...
don't need
Listen,
to, yeah?
mate, listen, yeah, let's get
Mark,
honest.
we don't need to...
Can we debunk
Mark,
the globe, even though it
we
doesn't
don't.
exist?
We don't need to because it doesn't exist in reality.
We don't need to debunk the globe.
In reality, the Earth is measured flat. It's not a debate.
That's what debunks
in regards
the
to
globe.
whether the Earth is
The
flat
truth.
or whether the Earth is a. It is not a debate.
The truth
in whether
debunks
the Earth
globe.
is
Yeah.
globe or flat. Yeah, it's an interrogation of people's beliefs, showing them how their beliefs are incorrect.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we debunk their false belief. Yeah, the globe. That's just a belief because we know it's not true. It's just a belief. So that's what we have to debunk. It's like gravity.
Yeah, we're not debunking the specifics. We're debunking the framework of their proposition.
Yeah, call it
the
whatever you
framework
want.
of the proposition. So it doesn't matter what they provide or put forward. They could provide or put forward the Earth is concave. The Earth is a donut. The Earth looks like a turtle. The Earth
has
is
gravity.
whatever. It does not matter what they put forward.
That's right.
That is not what we're debunking. I'm telling you, you said specifically we're debunking the globe. We're not debunking the globe. It's not the specific thing that we're debunking. So it's not going to be like if I told you, like I said before, the flying spaghetti monster. We're not debunking that thing. We're
Okay.
debunking their thinking.
Can falsify their
Yeah, we're
claims,
debunking the
and
false.
you can prove a negative sometimes. There's always some exceptions, but overall, you don't have a burden of proof if you take a position of non-existence.
Yeah, yeah, correct, Flats. We're just debunking, let's call it the false idea. So Newton had a false idea, Einstein had a false idea. The cause side of things, we see the effects, but just on the cause of it, where Einstein says it's whatever it is, and we've sort of got a bit of an understanding, so we can debunk that. But the way you debunk it is
Why?
with the truth. That's how you debunk it.
You're taking on a burden that's not yours by even going there. It's up to them to substantiate their claim, not you to take it apart.
I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, all right. You can go ahead and grant them their shit. Trying to take it apart, yeah.
That's just it's an exercise in futility, is what this is, Mark.
All I heard right there was Cartman saying, "Fuck you, I do what I want."
Yeah, it's an exercise in futility.
this guy's
You're gonna
telling
go
me-
the long way
This
around.
guy's telling
Listen,
me.
it's
This guy's telling me it's
you're
not for
multiplying,
me. Listen,
Mark.
hey, whoa.
Okay. No, we're not hey woeing in my space, Mark. Do you know who the host is? Fucking respect, dude. God damn. You have been the most disrespectful, whatever you are, I can't identify, esoteric flat earther that I've known so far. Yeah, you think you're just throwing your weight around. You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. And when it comes to arguments, you want to go the long way around. You want to talk about things that you don't need to. This is all about being concise. Get to the point. Use less words. You're multiplying words for no apparent reason. And then you're going to continue to talk about subject matter that you don't need to talk about in the conversation. Why are you doing this? It's an exercise in futility. You need to learn who the host is when you enter a room. You've been used to so long. There's been spaces you get into. You could just talk however you want to. You entitled prick. You can't do that here.
Well, maybe you should move down south. When you get a guest, you treat them with a bit of respect. You don't call them an entitled prick, okay?
You are an entitled prick.
No, I'm
I
not.
call it like
No,
the
I'm
way
not.
it goes.
All
Yes, you are.
I was just accused.
You overtalk. You've talked to people. You do whatever you wish, and it's the Mark Melbourne show.
This is just.
You can do whatever you want.
I agree, Mark. If you were to come to visit my house and you come in with your dirty fucking shoes and took a shit on my lounge chair, you're an entitled prick.
Am I taking a shit in this space? Am I? I don't think
Yes.
so. I think we're having a good
No. I
argument.
think we're based on your assessment, but based on what everybody sees is that you want to talk through everybody, not just me, Mark. Everybody who's been speaking, you talk right through them because you feel like what you have to say is the most important thing.
Well,
and you don't recognize when you're wrong because you basically told Heretic, I'm gonna do what I want. You just just told him that.
Well, Heretic told me, it's not for you to ask any questions and inquire. Hey, it's not for him to tell me what to do about what I inquire about.
I didn't say that.
What did you say then?
I said the onus isn't on you to dismantle something that they haven't proven to begin with.
I can make the onus on
On
me if
them
I
to
want.
prove it.
I can make the onus. It's not for you to
Okay,
tell.
you can take the burden onto you, but that's stupid.
It's not for,
You're letting
it's
them
not for
shift
you to
it.
tell me what burdens I can take and not take.
Yeah, you can go ahead and be a fool and take someone else's burden. You sure can, but
Well,
it's
you know what the
stupid, and that's what we're all
Bible
telling-
says about people that call other people fools, right?
Oh well.
You're a Christian guy?
Yeah, that
No,
doesn't.
why
That's
even
not
go
a.
in there? Who
That's
cares?
not even a
Let's make
part
it
of
less
this.
about
Like,
me. Let's make it less about me. Let's make it about the subject. I've been told that I can't debunk the globe here. We're not supposed to debunk the globe.
you're debunking the way they think, not the
Yeah,
specific
that's what the
thing they
globe
think
is.
about.
The globe
Mark.
is just the globe is just error in thinking. That's all it is. We all know that.
So, are you pointing out the fact that they're thinking incorrectly, or are you pointing out the fact that they're talking about the globe being a reality,
one in the
which
same
is what
thing.
you said to Heretic? I'm going to take the long way around and go ahead and shoulder that burden and tell them about the Earth being a globe, that it's not a globe, and go yada yada.
We
You're
all
not telling
have
them,
this burden. We all have this burden
dude.
now.
You haven't even realized the what you're supposed to be attacking is the way they think. And it's because the way that all people think is that they think they're correct just by listening to somebody tell them that something is true. That goes for anybody. If you have a belief system that somebody just told you, hey, this is true, and you're like, okay, I believe you because you said so, and you didn't challenge it, you didn't look into it, you didn't test it, you didn't do anything, then the onus is on you. That's what the problem is here. And you have to make the person realize that, but you want to shoulder their burden and go ahead and say, well, go ahead. We'll go ahead and just look into why you think the earth is a globe, and we'll talk about it. You don't need to. You need to talk about why they think that. It's the thinking that's the problem.
That's right.
Not what the
I agree.
specific thing they said.
Yeah, I agree. And I was just trying to debunk the way people think, especially globers, the way globers think about what they call gravity. Okay, that's all I was doing. And I was just explaining
I don't think so.
that it can't be gravity because gravity means
See, you're going to the specifics. You're going to the specifics.
Yeah, but that you need
back
to get,
again to the specifics.
You need to get a little bit specific about the subject to explain and debunk.
Mark, I just
their
explained that
thinking.
when that phone falls, it's going to experience
Not just the phone.
zero
It's
G.
not just
Yeah,
the-
just
there's
like
other
when a
experiments.
person,
There's
just like when
other
a person,
experiments.
Mark, please, just like when a person is standing on the edge of a building and they jump off, they're going to experience zero G, no G forces, because G forces are experienced as weight pressing upon you. So you would need to be strapped into a chair, such as a jet taking a turn, right? So this phone is not going to experience any G's or G forces until it actually hits something solid like the ground. It's just in free
Okay,
fall.
what about this? What about this then, AJ? Because you know Peter, right? The gravity guy. He's come in here a few times.
But I don't care what Peter says.
No, but I'm just
Peter's been
letting you know
debunked
how
1,000
they think.
times.
Listen, bro. Listen, I'm just letting you know how they think, right? So when I asked Peter,
We don't need to hear how they think. We hear him daily, Mark.
but just
we hear him
listen.
daily.
Yeah, I know this, but I'm
AJ's
just
heard him
I'm
1,000 times. You don't need to reiterate a point about
just
Peter.
letting AJ know
Peter's an
something about what he
afterthought
was
in this
talking
whole.
about. I'm just letting AJ know what he was talking because AJ
hears him every day.
Yeah, no, hang on a minute. But
Every day.
just specifically about the guy jumping off the building, I asked Peter 3 times, and he said that the blood would rush to his head because he's accelerating, and that would cause the G because it's accelerating.
No, there is no G forces unless you're pressing upon
right.
something
That's
or
what I'm
into
saying.
something
That's what I'm
because it's
saying.
experienced as weight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
Okay, so
they're
then,
saying
so
no.
if that's the case, then if that's the case, Mark, that's not what you presented with the phone. But if that's the case, you are correct, and it doesn't matter what Peter says.
No, that's right. That's all I'm saying because it's the same thing whether you drop a man off a building or a phone or whatever. They're saying the thing is accelerating. Therefore, there's like an I don't know if it's you'd call it a negative G, but you know what I mean. Like if you accelerate, like if you get in a car and you accelerate, you get pushed back in the seat. That type of thing. That's what they're saying when things fall because they're saying
That's right, but you need the seat to be pressed into because you experience G forces as
yeah, well, that's what the
weight.
top of your head is. That's what the top of your head is with the blood inside your body. You see what I'm saying? The head's like the top of your head's like the back of like the seat, and they're saying, oh, Peter's saying, yeah, the blood rushes to your head. I'm
Yeah,
like, no, it doesn't.
I
I'm
don't
like, no,
think
it
so.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
the blood,
I'm glad we
your
agree.
blood's
Anyway.
just your blood's
I'm
just
just saying
pumped
that's
around
the
your
base of
body and your
gravity.
circulatory system. Yeah, as valves, as etc. That unless you're hanging upside down. But this has nothing to do with the person experience G forces. The person themselves is just experience zero G. They're in a free fall until they hit something, and then they're going to feel a force.
Yeah. This is a Yumi argument in disguise. Beware.
No, just hang on. We're just about there because you know when they do those big high G experiments, they need like airbags in their legs and stuff to stop the blood from flowing down and stuff. So blood does move like that to a degree. It's not doesn't fully go up to the top of your head, of course, but there is an accumulation there, and that's what.
Yeah, and what are they doing? They're sitting in a seat. They're being pressed into the seat. Yes, so this is a free fall. I don't care what the blood's doing. The body itself is in free fall. The phone itself is in free fall. The accelerometer in the phone is traveling at the same speed, the 9.8 meters per second, that is pre-programmed. There is no force there. That's it. We don't have to go any further with that conversation.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm glad we agree somewhat. All I'm saying is that it does register a deceleration. That's it.
There it is. Pigeon just dropped a turd and flew away. He knocked the piece of chessboard down as he flew away. All I'm saying is that we just got to question. It could be the Earth upward rising. Just saying, you know. Anyway, I'll leave you guys with that.
I just
I
stated
gotta
a
go.
fact. I just stated a fact about what the phone
Yeah,
says.
you
That's
did.
all.
Yeah, facts. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just stating a fact.
Yep. That the Earth's upward rising. Yep.
No. The fact is that it debunks gravity. That's the point.
Yeah. But you're greasing the skids for your argument of the upwards moving Earth, aren't you?
What if it is moving upward? Aha! Then you'd be the fool, wouldn't you?
I know you guys too well. All right. You can't get away. There's no getting away from this.
Sounds like Peter's the authority on gravity now.
Self-proclaimed.
Then
But
why
he's
would you bring him up?
I'm confused. Sorry, gentlemen. Why are we trying to disprove something that hasn't been proven anyway? And why are we trying to
Beats me,
disprove
man.
gravity? Yeah, we haven't even proven it anyway. So why are we trying to disprove it?
Well, that was our point the whole way through.
Well,
He just doesn't get it.
It's like the curve.
Try to
I
reason
guess-
with Mark, I guess.
I guess the reason why is so you can insert your own doctrine and belief.
Yep. Ding, 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 ding.
No, it's to pull the rug on gravity, actually.
Yeah, and then put another one underneath where you're going to talk about upwards moving Earth. We got it. See, we know the game. We know exactly what the score is. We know who the players are. We know exactly what's going to happen. This is fucking deep level charlatan fucking circus clown bullshit.
Oh, stop your blood clot crying.
Dude, get the fuck out of this space now.
That was Anthony, by the way, not Mark. Sorry.
I know.
Yeah.
I just fucked them off.
Excellent.
Back to the greasing of the skids. Because this is just the beginning, my friends. This is what they're ready for. This is the plan moving forward. Oh yes, it's real. The old war has begun. Because they think that we're just going to accept this shit that's coming out of their mouths, and it's going to come out in droves. These fuckers are going to be coming out no matter out of the woodwork. Well, we're not saying anything. We're just putting it out there. We're just debunking gravity. It's what we're doing. Just going to leave it there. But also, you know, what else could it be? No, I'm just saying, leaving it there. There you go. Yeah.
Go ahead, Taylor.
I was just going to say, sorry, Taylor, I look forward to listening to you, but, you know, the way we measure the Earth is flat, and so we can measure.
You are such an entitled prick, dude. You can have a seat while somebody else speaks, and it's not you. How about that? Go ahead.
Hey guys, just gonna ask for some advice from you guys because I don't really like getting into the whole gravity thing either. When like a Glover asks like what is like they say, oh, so is gravity fake? And then suppose you say yes, you don't think it's real. Then they say, okay, well, how do things fall? What would you answer when someone asks you that? Just so for advice.
Well, just to clarify, in the first instance, yeah, we don't deny the cause. And when you state, hey, you guys deny gravity, it makes it sound like we're actually denying that some things go down at that 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, that is not the case, yeah? So what the case is that we deny what's claimed to be the causation. So if someone wants to then come and claim gravity and state that it's real in some way and that you're denying it, they've made the positive claim and they're going to need to show how or what is that causation that they're proposing, and they're not going to be able to establish that.
So if they ask if you believe in gravity, what do you say?
Ask them
I
what
say
gravity.
that
What
Well,
gravity
first
do
of
they
all, yeah,
mean?
we ask them what gravity is because they're usually going to go straight to a mass attracting mass, right? But if we do get into it, what I would be stating is that we don't deny what we see. Yeah, what we deny is what's claimed as the causation, the bending and warping of space time.
Yeah, there's a they will bait and switch the topic of gravity, so they'll use the term gravity as the effect, and then they'll attribute the same word gravity as the cause, which is called a bait and switch. It's a logical fallacy. So you just call them out on their logical fallacy of bait and switch because they can't determine whether it's the effect or the cause. So if you don't want to get into the whole gravity spiel, just be like, do you mean is gravity the effect or the cause? And they usually can't answer, and they'll bait and switch, and you can call them out as soon as they switch.
Just ask them for a scientific experiment and things all over then.
Yeah, that's the
We all
biggest.
have different ways of approaching it, clearly.
Yeah, but the biggest issue is the bait and switch. I think Taylor, when you address this topic, the people that you're speaking to conflate the both cause and effect. So or they'll say, well, no, you're denying gravity. That's what you are. They'll try to put you in a category error. They'll try to put you a pigeonhole the argument to where they make it sound like what they want it to sound like. There's a lot of nuanced sophistry that happens in this specific conversation. And so it's hard to have, like, let's say you just want to know their position, or you like the way you're asking questions right now. You won't get that from these guys that are not being forthcoming with truth, right? They're not going to tell you straight out. They're going to keep it kind of on the back end, kind of a little weaselly. They're not going to really tell you what cause and effect. When they say gravity, it's always loaded. It's a loaded term because it's a cause and effect relationship. So the cause for the effect, even on the Glober side, is said to be unknown. They don't know. So the colloquial word for theory, right, is how they're meaning what they ascribe to what gravity is. It's a theory. It's not a scientific theory because that's something that's been proven. So for you to understand, it's kind of a little, you have to know a little bit of nuance when you come into this topic, so you actually are able to hit the points that you want to when you're talking to certain individuals. It just depends who you are. If it's a Glober, and of course it's going to be very difficult to actually, pin them down to what they really mean. And if it's, I hate to say it, an esoteric flat earther, they're going to be all over the place because some of them like greasing the skids for an upwards rising Earth or upwards moving Earth. Or it's however you think about it. But that was what, I don't know if you know who the Flat Earth Society is. They got a website and stuff. But they were talking about an upwards moving Earth, like a disc flying upwards, which is why people like Mark of Melbourne want to have that be the leading causation theory for why things are appearing when you drop something to go in the vector that they do. Of course, his accelerometer was another way that he was greasing the skids for that particular argument to be solidified. So they want to have these conversations where it sounds like they're not arguing about what the Glober is saying, but definitely saying there's got to be something. Obviously, something. Can't be nothing. So it's a question proof, and they get it wrong a lot. So there's a lot of nuance, Taylor. So it's hopefully it gets confusing, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that that's something we should mention too, is because I think that these people just bait and switch people, and they want to have an answer, and I don't think it began in ill faith or anything, but yeah, I totally get it. I want to be able to give an answer to people. The question why do things fall? I'm not even sure how or why that gets brought up, but that seems to get brought up a lot.
Yeah. The quantification for the effect is most definitely understood because of the fact that you can say it's an average rate of fall. That's something you can put some math to that, right? It works in industries use this equation. It helps them to kind of get work done for whatever specific industry is using it. So the equation itself, there's really nothing wrong with that. I guess what I'm saying is it's for practical purposes, it's useful, right? But when it comes to the specific reason why the cause happens for the effect that you see, we would say only when it concerns the object and medium relationship, we can say things like, well, if I change the medium, the object is affected, right? So in the case for Like when you say, well, what causes something to move in the vector? We can say directly we can affect the medium or the object, and then that will change the relationship. So in the case for, you saying that, well, the thing is denser than the medium is denser than the object, you would say something like, well, if I put an egg in fresh water, the egg will sink to the bottom. But if I drop some salt in that medium that it's in, put some salt in that water, then the egg will seem to be more lighter than the medium that it's in. So the medium becomes denser than the object. And then the relationship changes. It's not anymore that the egg sits on the bottom, it starts to rise because it gets displaced by the density of the medium that it's in. So it seems to have an effect on the object, which of course we can say from the effect side of things, it looks like the cause was that you changed the medium. But what gives it the propensity to move in the directionality that it does, that is unknown. We don't know why it moves in that specific direction, in the vector that it does. It's just a law of nature. That's what happens always. So depending on the object and medium relationship, but when we're quantifying the object and medium relationship for the effect, we can say definitely changing the medium causes the the object to move in the directionality that does. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can quantify the effect so much to say that when you're changing the object or the medium, it affects the other. Do you get what I'm saying? But as far as what causes it in the propensity side of things, what is giving that directionality, that is unknown. You see what I mean? Like the cause for the that's why I said it's nuance. So
I get it,
hopefully
and I
didn't
don't
lose you.
want to talk about gravity. Like I try to stay away from the conversation. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the advice on how to avoid on that whole
It's
conversation.
yeah, and some people defend it from a very staunch position. They're very dug in on the fact that they're saying on two sides, right? On the side that they're saying that, well, I can tell you the cause for the effect is me changing that medium. But see, here's the problem with that. They're not telling you what gives it the propensity to do that. Why is it going up? They're not answering that question. They're just changing the medium and saying, well, that's the why, because I changed the medium and therefore the egg rose. Now I put salt in the water and now the egg rose. But we're asking the deeper question. When asking the deeper question, I should say, why does it move in that vector? That is unanswerable by anyone. It's a law of nature.
I'm about to get up.
So a law, yeah.
Why does it beam on
Ooh. Sorry guys, didn't know my mic was on.
That's fine. Is anybody else in here?
I wanted to say something really quick. Yeah. So we're talking about something very descriptive. A lot of the times, really, all you have to do is just describe something, and that's as far as it needs to go. We can all describe things that we observe in nature, and we don't have to attribute some cause and effect to every single thing, like the propensity of directionality. But I would say this: it is useful in many cases to know the object to medium relationship and the acceleration downwards as an object would fall to the earth. That may be useful, and if they try to tell you, because it's useful, it has to be right. That would be a pragmatic fallacy on their side. So
Correct.
you could call that out. So that's another way to go. It's really good to learn your fallacies, your logical fallacies. And I don't know about you, but I like writing mine down, not only for myself, because it helps me, of course. I've got like a photographic memory. So it not only helps me remember it, but I also write it down for like my 5-year-old when he gets older and I start teaching him like the principles of logic. I'll start introducing the logical fallacies. I'll already have it. So if something happens to me and I die tomorrow, that'll be there for him.
The most important thing is when engaging with this topic that you're basically ready to have it, because of the fact that when you're not ready, there's a lot that goes in between the lines, right? When somebody's talking to you, something can easily pass for like a question proof being something that you might think is evidence of something, right? So you don't know. Like we were talking about this yesterday, but that's the problem, right? A lot of people are not equipped to have these conversations, and when they do, Question proofs just really sneak right by. They can't identify it. They don't know how to call them out. So they think, well, the guy said, well, something's got to be doing it. Can't be nothing. And so that really hooked you into like, okay, I said it was, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't know, could be something. But then in that whole nuance, they can carry you away and support a premise. Go ahead, AJ, if you want to.
Sorry, I had background talking, someone talking in the background as well. I was just going to say, Taylor, I'd suggest coming and hanging out over at 24/7 on Discord, yeah, where you can actually get into these discussions where there are other people like Jedi and Heretic and Alpha and Flatsy that are there, you know. And what tends to happen is if you're in that conversation and it gets to that point where you're a little bit stuck, then someone else will take over that conversation for you, and then you can listen to what they've said at that point where you're stuck. You can go and do some research for yourself to ensure that you're happy with what they're saying and that, you know, what they're saying is correct.
Right.
And you'll learn fairly quickly, yeah, and it'll give you the opportunity to get in these conversations without getting yourself wrecked and run in circles with semantics.
Yeah, these guys are ready to have you believe quickly what they're proposing. But as a critical thinker, you're armed with the ability for yourself to discern what is right and what is wrong, because you've been given the ability to understand, you know, reason and logic and, you know, comprehension. You're assessing the argument as it is in real time. So what happens is when somebody's going to sneak by with a begging the question or affirming the consequent or whatever it is, right? Any logical fallacy, you catch them in the act. And when you do that, it's best that you identify and call it out, because it's important. You're like, hold on a second. You just that you're telling me to believe something, but you're saying because it works, that's why you want me to believe the premise? No. That's a pragmatic fallacy. That's what that is. You identify it, you tell them what it is, you identify the fallacy, because when they use specific fallacies, sometimes they don't know they're doing it. They might not know themselves. So you identify it, you tell them this is what it is. You want me to believe that you're thinking that, okay, I'll give you an example. They were telling the Globers were saying that because we have gyroscopes that hold rigidity, why do they hold rigidity? Well, that's because the Earth's in motion, for example. And they'll say, well, just look at the gyroscope. And because it holds rigidity in space, well, it has to hold to something. It's, you know, forces are being exerted upon it. So therefore, we'd say that because gyroscopes work the way they do, therefore the Earth is spinning. That's how we know, right? Because it works. The gyroscope works in that way. So they're using that pragmatic fallacy to say because gyroscopes work in the way they do, that's the reason why it supports their premise, when the premise could be something entirely different. So if you identify fallacious reasoning, you can call it out and you can say, no, that's not right. You can't say that just because you look at a gyroscope and it functions a specific way that it supports the claim that the Earth's in motion. You can't do that. You have to first start from the premise. Do we witness the Earth doing anything? Our observation should be at the very first instance, what is the Earth doing? So just getting to know your fallacies, like Flatsy was saying, you'll be able to call things out like that. It's
Yeah, that's such good advice. I mean, honestly, I've heard people get cornered and you know, just by this question, why do things fall? Why do things fall? And that's never a fun place to be in.
Of
So I
course.
really do appreciate any advice how to answer that question.
Yeah, it's best to actually identify what is encapsulated. Like, context is king, right? Context is king, and that goes for, you know, if you study the Bible, like whatever, context is king. You have to understand what is being said overall. Like, what are they bringing to the table? In certain cases, you don't know what they're bringing to the table. I can spot somebody actually trying to grease the skids for a particular argument that they want to act for a further point that they're going to put forward later on. But they're just saying, no, I'm not saying anything. This is all I'm saying. And to me, like, it's a red flag, because I know that something is happening within the context of what they're bringing forward. I know later on they're going to squeeze in some kind of like little weasel, like, I'm just saying, I didn't say this was true, but here it goes. Something's got to be doing something. Can't be nothing. And then, you know, you're just like, yeah, you know, he didn't say really what he was thinking, but it just turned out that now that I think about it, it could be. Like, you start to doubt yourself. You start to give into maybe their perspective. That's how these swindlers that have been taken into these like esoteric notions of thinking, that's how they get them. They don't realize it, but it's a very nefarious thing. I'm telling you, and it's happened on multiple levels. Like, that's how people know that the information coming from the Glober side. That's how they say they know the Earth's a globe, because what else can it be? Because it could, like, for the instance of like celestial navigation, they put it to us that way. Celestial navigation can only work on a globe. That's all. That's the only way that celestial navigation can work. They'll pose it to us like that. They'll come in and try to give us the reasoning behind it, but they didn't tell you that they provided the evidence that the Earth's curvature has been measured. They didn't say that. They're just saying outright that it has to only work on celestial navigation, the Earth being a globe. It's crazy. This whole space is like, it's shrouded in like pitfalls and traps, and people trying to like sneak in their nuance proofs, and it's really crazy. What I'm saying. It's not as straightforward as some people might think, which is kind of like the case, but this is the reason I always name my spaces something kind of like relevant. So what's relevant, and that's why I named it the Old War, because the Old War was that long ago. That's what happens. Like, people had philosophical interpretations of what you're pondering, like the ancient Greeks and such, and the common sense folk didn't really have much to combat that with, because you have the hierarchy of the structure of society, right? You have like the clerics and the bishops and all those guys who are prominent in like who the people would go and look up to. Now, they held the keys, to like knowledge and such about, the creator and all that, but you'd have to go through them to get that knowledge and so forth. So if those guys were corrupted, then they would be the ones to propagate information, of the cosmos and whatnot from these philosophical individuals and, whatever. But then the common folk really didn't have like a learned approach. All they had was their common sense, logic, and reason, right? So be able to listen to somebody and say, wait a minute, I don't know if that's true or not. That doesn't sound real. So that's what we're doing here. It's kind of like a grassroots kind of thing that's happening. People anywhere can actually do this. We're trying to get people to say, like, we're empowering critical thinkers. Like, don't just sit by, be active, take a part in this, because everybody's involved. And when you're out there, speaking to somebody, you have the ability to say, wait a minute, I got a question, man. Why are you saying that you believe, what I mean? Everybody does.
Yeah, silent weapons for quiet wars. Alpha, I think it's pretty amazing that you were able to identify that argument as an upward rising Earth argument, which, I mean, it's pretty clear now, especially since I've heard Dell and his argument in that direction. So I kind of kick myself for not catching it like you were able to.
Flatsy, I see them before they actually hit I think the burden I carry, though this is the one that I carry, is that everybody looks at me like the bad guy right away, immediately, when somebody's gonna be like, dude, it's not doing anything. The guy in there, I feel the vibe. I know
I'm
that's
guilty.
What's going on.
I'm guilty of doing
I know.
that.
I feel the vibe, and I know what's going on. But the problem is, it's almost like it's gonna come out in the wash. You just have to wait for the laundry to finish its cycle, because you'll see it after it's done, but you can't see it while I'm cooking. Like, it's you know what I'm saying? Like, while I'm in the process of doing it, it's almost like, huh? You're not letting them get it out. Like, I could read you guys' mind. Problem
You
is,
and I,
yeah,
you and I had words back in the past, remember? Because I felt that way, and I was proven wrong. So clearly,
one of the things that and then I really like is that people don't give up. It's the persistence. It's the knowing that like there's going to be a breakthrough. Maybe I'm not just some kind of like hot-headed individual. Perhaps there's a method to my madness. There's something going on that I'm actually showing people, empowering them, because I don't want. Listen, man. Like, the worst thing that I want to happen is that you are taken in by a swindler that comes by and said some fancy, flowery language, and it just got you mystified. You're all like, dude, man, but this guy is talking some amazing things. I'm telling you, he really moved me. Like, it's not that, man. If what they're saying isn't true, you can't parse it out with the principles of logic. It's really, it's. I'm telling you, this is
I mean,
nefarious, guys. It's
yeah,
horrible.
it's the old way of, or I mean, it's been a way of doing it since old times. It's one of those tricks of appealing to people's emotions because people
Yeah.
we're emotional creatures, especially when you're presented with something that's meant to make you emotional. People can manipulate that and use it against you. So just because you feel some emotion towards something, it's better not to make a judgment on it until you have, some clear cut evidence, or sit on it. A lot of the times when somebody tells you something that seems pretty profound and it really moves you, you go to sleep and you're like, let me not jump to any conclusions. Let me just sit on that information.
You know, the
A
old
lot of the
ways,
times,
Flatsy,
a lot
let
of
me just
times you'll
interrupt real
work it
quick.
out.
Flatsy, let me
Sorry.
just interrupt. I gotta say this because it's important. You know, the old ways they would say these words, let me pray about it. Have you ever heard that? When somebody said, let me just pray about it. Like that's exactly what you just said right now. That's what they would do in the old days. People that didn't, they only had the logic
Exactly.
and reason. Common sense was the only weapon they had against this. They would say, let me pray about it. Because they had to really think about what was being said in order for them to digest it and then take it in as a possible worldview. Like, anyways, I'm just really just identifying that's what you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely, it is exactly what I'm saying. But I just say it in a nuanced way so that anybody that's listening can relate to it, you know?
Yeah, because in the old days, it was the clergy that had the hierarchy of structure. They were the ones that the prominent figures of social society, and people would look up to these guys. So it was the clerics, right? Those guys were the ones that hold the keys of knowledge. Before academia became a thing, and people were now leaning to like scholastic interpretations. But now, of course, it's that. Before it used to be where the people of the cloth had that. It was up to them, to carry those the weight of the understanding of the people. So the common sense folk, just the regular day by day people were out there when they would listen to that. The only weapons they had were logic, reason, common sense, and that's it. Because they couldn't look into the scriptures that the clergy had. They weren't allowed to. So this is the reason why it's like, man, I'm telling you, this is an old war. I don't know. Very passionate about this, and it sucks when I hear people that are maybe not. I'd say like this, unbeknownst to them, maybe they're not trying to be nefarious, but they're pig-headed and they're stubborn and they want to put their ideas. No, no, no. I'm just saying it's got to be something, man. You guys aren't hearing me out. Like, and everybody in that hasn't heard it. Some people are like, dude, just let him speak. He's not saying anything wrong. It could be something. You don't know. You get me? And so I'm over here like, no, I see like 4 moves ahead. I know where he wants to be.
Exactly,
He
yeah.
wants to take you. He wants to take you away with his philosophical ramblings and kind of scratch your little itch in your ear so that you can feel all warm and fuzzy. Oh man, that's great. This man said some profound things about cosmology. He's a man of men. Like this guy, look up to him because and that's not it. We're all fishing from the same boat, man. Like we're that guy's not. He's saying the same. You could say the same thing he's saying, but he's just convincing because he's a bit more charismatic. I want everybody to feel like you have the ability as well as that guy does. He doesn't know anything more than you do. I mean, as far as like what we can all discern from reality, it's crazy. It's like if the Earth is upwards moving, how in the world is that possible? If you've never seen the Earth move, not even a little.
Well, maybe a little during earthquakes.
Nah, I meant like in a
I know.
in the vacuum of space, and like we're not on Pizza Planet. Yeah, man. We got some people listening. Thank you guys for joining the space. It's 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 19. I named it The Old War. It's the war against critical thinking and logic, reasoning, it's just basic common sense, man. Like when we talk to people, it's got to be understood that those are the weapons that we have to fight against like the vast amount of information coming at you at light speed. You get dings and pings and zings and whatever coming to your phone, your watch, your your TV screens are blaring things, and it's almost like, how can you in this world of madness have a mind of discernment? It's almost too much. Like at some point you're just like, yeah, whatever, it's a globe, who gives a shit? Yeah, but now it's like, oh wait a minute, I can't just say that anymore. Like stuff, like if they want me to take the hook, what are they trying to do here? What they want me to start saying that I say it's a globe too? Like what? I don't know. We have to stop this at some point, but I think we can all realize that having the ability to discern is very important. Not unless AJ, you think the Earth's upward moving. Don't break my heart, dude.
Sorry, was that
It's
to
like,
me?
I don't know. Markham Melbourne's got a good point, man. He's got a good point.
Sorry, I just missed that. What happened there? Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I said, no, this one day you're just gonna be like Markham Melbourne. He may have a good point. We might be upwards rising. I'm just saying, like his
Yeah.
accelerometer argument really got to me.
I don't know about that.
I slept on it and I woke up and I'm like, while I was getting my morning paper outside, it just hit me. Well, maybe we are moving upwards.
No, I don't think I'll ever be going down that path. His accelerometer argument didn't really impress me. I felt like he was confused and had to have it explained.
No, but he was trying to save you from the embarrassment, because if you kept moving forward, you might be embarrassed because of what you were
Yeah.
about to say. No, I have to stop you, AG, because you're gonna get embarrassed. And like, I was thinking in my head of what? Like he didn't say. That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah, that's all right.
Adab, welcome to the speaker panel. Thank you for joining.
Hi, thank you very much. Hi, everyone.
What's going on, man?
Question.
What's your question?
What does the old war refer to?
A war against critical thinking. It started a long, long time ago when the first person said, "Trust me, bro," and didn't give any reason why. They just said, just to trust him. No reason why. Just do it. Believe me, man.
I like referencing the silent weapons for quiet wars because the way that you would fight in a war that would be quiet and with silent weapons that would be with maybe sort of like frameworks and ways of thinking and philosophies and can't just drink the Kool-Aid from anyone. It's
What's ama-
probably
Yeah,
poisoned.
What's amazing is that those Greeks that were sitting around having discussions, you can think about it akin to a bunch of guys just having a few beers, just in a circle, just kind of talking with each other, and then all of a sudden, this guy's like, you know what? I'm looking up at the night sky. I bet you all that stuff up there. All that stuff up there. What do you think, guys? To me, it looks like there are a bunch of little floating balls. One of them could be gas. Another one could be, nickel iron core. And I'm just gonna say that, man. I'm just gonna put it out there. What do you guys think? Huh? Is that something to think about? And then everybody's like, I don't know. It's okay with me. Then it gets passed around, and these prominent guys are gonna then talk to their clergyman and be like, "Hey, look, man, we had a really awesome night last night. We talked about a lot of stuff, but check it out. This information here is gonna blow your mind." And then the clergy's like, "I don't think I should be talking about it. Doesn't say anywhere in the scriptures." Dude, just listen to what I have a point. Just check me out, right? And so after maybe he's like, "Look, check this out too. I'm gonna give you a little bag. See that bag? That's got a little coin in there for you, man. All you gotta do, say a few words over the people. You don't have to ruffle their feathers. Just say it could be a possibility. Next thing you know, the clergy is being bribed, and then he's like, he's driving a fancy Rolls Royce, but back in those days, is like maybe like two white horses, on a nice carriage or something, and the neighbors are wondering why he's riding around in that. But that's because now he's bought and paid for, right? And he's giving information to the people, and the people, the only weapon they have is their mind. So they could only like discern, and so it doesn't listen. It can't propagate forward unless the person doesn't accept. If you don't accept the information, and you say, "No, hold on a minute, where did you get this information from?" And the clergy would tell you, "Well, if I'm gonna be honest with you, man, those Greeks that hang out up there in that, in that building that's really nice, the column halls and all that. Well, it was one of those guys. They came up to me and asked me, and then you're like, really? What evidence did they give you? Nothing really. They just told me to tell you guys. And then you would be like, wow, that's the extent of the knowledge of they don't know. They just gave you a guess. That's exactly what's going on right now. That's what's happening right now. The story that I just laid out for you right now was just kind of comical, but it's the truth.
And it's no harm, no foul on the guy. The guy gets something out of it. He didn't hurt anybody. So what's the big deal? Justify doing the thing for the things that you receive for it. That's how it all goes, man.
But the seeds have been sown. The seeds have been sown. Now, people, the common folks, some of them heard this information. They're like, I don't know, man. I'm just going to believe, the guy that tells me about the creator, because why would he lie? Why would he lie? He's got no reason to, man. He's wearing the cloth. He's saying the right words. And as far as I know, I'm convinced. And there you have it. So now you have the common folk arguing with each other because, we're hearing from these, alleged, towers or pillars of knowledge. They're giving us the what's going on kind of thing. And then all we got to do is just what? How do we rebut that? Because now we're in a war with unsurmountable odds. You got all of the great thinkers, you got the clergy, you got everybody against you, and then here you are. You got even the people are against you, and here you are. You're a couple of guys like against this whole system. That's why it's the old war, my friend. Hopefully, I try to put a little humor in there because it's kind of funny, but it's not in a way.
It's something that'll stick though. You add a little pizzazz to it, and it'll stick better because some people it just kind of slides off. Oh well, can't do anything. Oh well, but if you actually think about it, it's beneficial to you and your way of being able to critically think about things when they're proposed to you, to understand the tactics and the way that these things are propagated. So it's only like a kind of like a shield or an armor for you to actually take it in and really sit on the information.
Yeah, the principles of logic kind of really help increase the discernment. The discernment that you have can only be done if you understand what's at stake and how you're able to like reason with people. Because far often we have people that come in here that reduce like our understanding to absurdity, like complete absurdity. Well, you can't know anything because what is reality? Really, when you ask that question, what could it be? Could be anything. Obviously we can't define it in any real way, so we're just gonna have to say that you don't know about what reality is. I don't know what reality is, so we don't. No one knows. And what your truth is, your truth subjectively. My truth is my truth. Her truth is her truth. That's the way it goes. But that's not true, because it would violate some of the laws of logical thinking. And so I don't know. I there has to be a framework as to why this is the way forward, right? It's interesting.
I'd say that it's always good to fall back on the things that you can prove, and those laws that are the principles of logic hold up. And that's how we've developed languages, mathematics, symbolism. I mean, you name it.
We're able to have debates.
Syllogisms, like to be able to prove something with a logical syllogism. That's awesome, you know.
Hey, Dab, what position do you hold? Do you think that the Earth is a globe, or do you think that the position that the Earth is flat is something that's true? Like, what is it? Where are you coming from with this?
I just believe in what I've always been told. It's real.
Okay, and as far as evidence goes, what do you think is the evidence for that?
Not sure.
Interesting. That's honest answers, man. It's hard because they don't equip it. I would say it this way, Adap, and I'm assuming you're an adult now. I don't want to make that assumption. You're an adult. Adab, are you an adult? I don't know if you. Oh, maybe you can't talk, dude. I don't know. Maybe you got to be quiet around where you're at. But and the reason I'm asking you this is because as an adult, you were told at a young age what the Earth is, right? And it's kind of curious that they didn't give you the keys to knowledge as to how to articulate your point of knowing that it is. They just told you a story. And it's curious that as an adult, you're not able to give the answer back. I know it's a globe. It's a globe because we've measured the surface to have curvature. We've done things that we can understand that the geometry of the Earth can be understood by all people. There's just nothing. They didn't give us anything. They just told us a story. It's like they didn't give you a defense. So how are you able to tell others that you know what you know is true? And it's weird because you're standing on the Earth like every day. You're on top of it. How is it possible that the thing they told you it is, you're not able to tell somebody else how you know it is, what they say it is? I think that's curious.
Well, we got some quiet. Let's do some housekeeping, guys. Welcome to everybody in the space. If you haven't already shared, which I haven't, and I need to do it myself actually, please share and like. Get the word out there, get a few more people in here so we can have some more constructive conversations, guys. And again, please follow any of the hosts or speakers here. That would be great. And if you'd like to come up and speak, please feel free. Who have we got? We've got Mark of Melbourne again. Oh, I don't know if you should feel free, Mark. You come in and leave your muddy boots on the floor and shit on the lounge chair.
Yeah, he's a wild one, that one. He's been in and out. I mean, like I said, I don't mind him coming up, but the problem is he gets a little out of pocket and he just takes the liberty of just like thinking that every space is going to treat him that way because they have to. Like, I don't know why he thinks that, but that's just maybe his conception of that. Yeah, we went through a lot of arguments in the past. We've been doing this for quite some time. Collectively, probably more than 20 years. So our arguments are not like the other places that you go, wherever it is on social media. It doesn't matter where it is. But there's a lot of a lot of bad arguments out there. And like, I mean, Flatsy can tell you too, before you actually start really identifying whether or not like logic, I think that's going to be a big problem for you in this space. Because a lot of the arguments surround logic. So another thing that I think was important too is that I don't know a lot of people where they're coming from in the stance of whether or not you can say for certain that reality, you can say certain things in reality that things are 100% true. And I'm going to say this out there for anybody listening. If you can tell me that you don't have enough ability to say that something can be 100% true, I do believe that's going to be an issue for you in the future. Like if you say, I don't know if I'm actually sitting or standing here right now, I could be a brain in a jar. I'm only 99.99999% sure that I'm sitting down on my chair right now, because they can't say with full assurance 100% that I know something, because that would mean that I'm arrogant to say that. Wherever you guys have learned that from, I think that's the problem that's going to have you like really understanding what we're talking about here, because you could never tell or discern anything to be true. Like if you say the earth is flat, well, it's only 99.9999% true that the earth is flat. There's a sliver of a chance that it could be a globe or a cube or whatever. Doesn't matter. So I think that would be very concerning for people. But here again, I think now we got to a place where we're starting to realize if people can't be honest with themselves and say, I'm actually sitting down right now. How sure are you of that? Pretty sure, man. I could say 100%, like for sure. I'm telling you what I'm doing. That's the thing that I'm doing. Unless you want to tell them that you don't know anything, and then of course you guys are going to be exchanging how you don't know something to be true. Yeah, we got some listeners up there. Guys, if you'd like to join the panel, all you got to do is request to speak. We'll bring you up here. And perhaps you can tell us your position or what you think. Maybe you think the earth is something other than globe. Crazy.
You can go ahead, Adab.
Does he have his hand up? Go ahead, Adab.
Hey, yes. Another question. What is the reason that we've been told it's round? Why the lie?
Well, that's a really big question and appealing to motive of whoever would have lied. So you can't read their minds, so you don't actually know why, but you can see the result of it. People think that they live in an infinite universe where there could be other life somewhere out there, and we're so insignificant, and all of these things there's a creation story with the Big Bang proposed to you by a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest. Oddly enough, that Catholic Church is what came up. They came up with the Copernican model, is what they call it, to better predict when Easter would be, and they were wrong. It wasn't even a really good way of predicting Easter, but they kept it, and it's honestly, you got to just go to the root of the information. So go find where all this information even comes from, and see why it was done, and see how it was wrong, and they've just built up on something that was wrong to begin with, instead of just doing away with what was wrong. So it seems like there's a bit of tradition involved also. And a good money-making scheme.
People are making hand over fist.
Yeah, there's a whole industry giving you these supposed images from this vacuum that you'll never experience to verify firsthand knowledge. You have to take someone's word for it. And maybe they're just compensated enough to where it doesn't matter to them, just like the guy that got the horse and buggy with the 2 white horses from the story before. Hey, if I just say this, I'm not hurting anyone. I'm making this money, and so be it.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, you got it. There's another one too. There's a really good answer that whoever would propose such a thing would want to usurp the creator and take that away from people, at least as an option. So, and even if it is an option, it's the wrong idea, the wrong creator, because you don't get the creation would reflect the creator or like an attribute of the creator. So you would need to know that where you stand, what you're standing on, to understand where it came from, if that makes sense. In here, we like to be more descriptive. We don't need to explain things here. Like, you can just describe the things in nature that you see. You don't have to ascribe some explanation to it, like the sun, the moon, the stars. Those things don't require your explanation. You can be descriptive about it, and people have forgotten that there's a big difference between descriptions and explanations. So that is descriptions being the what is, and the explanations being the how why. Some things don't go in the category of how why because you just can't know. That's the hang up for a lot of people too. Being told they can't know something just seems to be like their hang up. Can't be humble enough to realize that it's just the reality, reality of the situation.
Do we want to bring Mark up to fill in some space, guys?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I didn't want to.
Yeah, you can do that if you want.
I didn't want to step on any toes. I don't mind.
You got the floor. It's all yours.
Thanks for letting me up. Since no one's talking, I thought I'd just take the liberty to just make a correction. Two corrections, actually. First correction is that, and Alpha, I really love your spaces. I like the way you do just talk about what is. I think that's a good attitude. And it's the right attitude. And that's what I like, you know. Um, saying that, you did say that I thought that, you know, the Earth was like some sort of a disc flying through space, and I'm not. I don't believe that. Just wanted to let the audience know, just in case they began to believe that, because you said that that's what I think, but it's not what I think. I don't know what is going on outside of this frame of reference. Like Flatsy said, we should just be talking about what is. And that's you know what I like to talk about. With regard to what I was talking about before, I'm not trying to explain what's going on outside of this frame of reference. I cannot know. You're absolutely right. What I can know, though, is a different story. Now, with regard to the up and down thing, okay, it's like you know, Alpha was talking before about placing something in the medium to you know, basically experiment things that we can see and know and affect. It's like with at the airport, you see they put those wind socks up. Now they're not concerned about what causes the wind or high and low pressure systems and so forth. They just want to know which way the wind's going. And so they place a device in the medium, and the device is sufficient to show which way the wind's going, which way the wind's blowing. And all I'm saying is that you can put a device within the medium that shows which way the wind's blowing. It's a tool, it's a device.
No, that's not it. Say it the way you mean it.
Well, no, that's just to frame the thinking. So the device you
No,
oh, yeah,
like
well, I'm getting there.
we
I'm
respect.
getting there.
We respect intellectual honesty.
Yeah.
So just say what you mean. You know,
I am
this
saying what I
panel
mean.
would actually. Yeah, no, you're not.
I am. I'm
You
all
said
I'm
wind.
saying is that you can
You
place a
said wind for
device.
both examples, and wind is not the example here. Wind was the analogy.
Yeah, it's the analogy. That's right.
To the thing you're going to say.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Just say,
So,
yeah.
so the thing I'm
after
going
you
to
use the
say,
analogy, what are you going to say?
yeah. So what I'm going to say is that you can, like you can measure a flat, you know, area. You can measure pressure. You can measure that, and you can place a device in the medium that measures the pressure that we feel under our feet. And one thing that it measures is the direction. Like the windsock measures direction. And I'll just leave it there.
Of course you will.
Just wanted to make those two corrections.
Because a guy with itching ears like you loves to do just that.
No,
Let
I'm not
people's
interested.
minds wander.
I'm not interested
What
in
did
what's
he
going
just
on.
say? What is he inferring?
Well,
What does he
I
really
just
mean?
stated a fact
Let me
that there's
wonder
a
about what's
device.
going on.
I just stated a fact that there is a device. I'm not concerned about how it's happening necessarily outside of this frame of reference. I can't know that, but I can know, right? I can know which way the wind's blowing.
That's not wind that you want to describe which way something's going.
That's the analogy.
No. Yeah, of course it is. But what is the thing that you're referencing to say that is happening? Mark of Melbourne. You little sneaky sly son of a bitch. Why don't you just tell everybody what you mean?
I am telling people what I mean.
No, you're not.
Why are you attacking me?
Fuck, dude.
I'm just stating a fact.
Because it's not attacking. It's listen. What I do is I expose individuals such as you to tell them what's really going on. Because
I'm trying to tell you that there's a device.
Just like the pressure you're talking about, that's me. I'm that pressure. I don't give up. I'm a dog with a bone.
Same.
Everybody knows
I'm
me.
the same.
That's just what I do.
Yeah, I'm the
Well,
same.
And what's the device, Mark? Let's
ahead.
clarify it. What's the device?
Well, listen, I've been waiting in the listeners for about half an hour, trying to raise my hand. I've actually got to go to dinner now, but I will direct you to experiments. There's no pill. There's no pill in
That's
this.
convenient.
Well, it is convenient.
No, I just want to know the simple thing. You just claimed that there's a device.
Yeah, there's a device
that measures this. So what's the device? All I need to know is the device.
All right. Well, we'll just go. I won't tell you. I'll show you. Just go to level-headed William on YouTube.
Let's put it in the jumbotron.
I can't. I can't. There's no pill.
Dude, I don't want to go to level-headed William. Just tell me the name of the
I'll
device.
DM. AJ, I'll DM you, mate. I've got to go.
All I need is the name of the device, man. It's really simple. I don't need to
Yeah, I
watch
know
it
it's
all. I
simple.
just need to
I've
know
got
the name of the
listen,
device.
I've got to go. I just wanted to clarify that I
Fucking
didn't.
weasel, dude.
No, I'm not a weasel. I didn't. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, you are.
Listen, you told the audience that I think that the Earth is a disc flying through space.
Why can you tell me
Oh,
that
what do
the
you think?
device is a
Well, do you want
windsock,
to
but you can't
apologise
tell?
for
Hang on,
that? That
Mark.
is an insult to my intelligence.
No, Mark. Now you're very quick to give your device as a windsock.
Listen, I've got to go.
Now you're describing
I
another
will
device. So what
AJ,
device is that?
AJ, from one Aussie to another, I'll DM you the devices and I'll show you. Okay, but I'll see you next time. I've got to go. Thanks for the mic.
Hello.
Whatever.
Well, there's clearly some point that he's trying to make, and he won't say it. He just keeps like nudging you somewhere, and he's not letting you know
Did you
what he's
hear
saying.
the smile that he had on his face when I called his
Yeah.
bullshit out? Did you hear it?
Yeah.
He had a Kool-Aid smile, man. That guy.
Just say what you mean, dude. If you just don't do that, like cryptic, oh, I'm gonna leave you with this, and say something really vague, and I don't understand why people do that. Just say what you're gonna say, man. Just say it.
It's just like the question proof, Flatsy. That's how you get them in. You hook. It's clickbait. It's fucking now they got their minds going 100 miles an hour. What did he put? What did he give AJ? What is in that DM? What is that secret information? I gotta have it. I gotta have it.
Let me clarify for the audience. He hasn't DM'd me anything.
No, but it's the build up. It's the hype. Buy the hype, sell the news. People in crypto know this shit, right?
Yeah,
But it's
supply the scarcity so that people want more.
oh yeah. Oh dude, you build it up. You just go ahead and you build that information up. You get the people so juiced for this, man. They're like, dude,
Marketing tool.
At some point, I don't even care what it is, just give it to me. And he's like, I got you. Here you go. And unbeknownst to you, you're just gonna gobble it up like in a hurry, like, oh nom 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 nom. Oh, this is great. Look at this. It's great. We got an answer now. The answer to why things fall down. I'm telling you, man, the earth is moving up. I like what that guy had to say. It's fucking textbook, man. Marketing. It is.
You didn't say that he said it was a disc flying through space. You were implying that he was alluding to the earth moving upwards.
Yep.
Okay, so Mark has sent me his links, everybody. And what he has sent me is exactly what he just spoke about. Buoyancy, which is using a balloon, just from the image, the thumbnail. Acceleration versus free fall, no acceleration detected. This is with the phone that he was talking about earlier. Another video about weight and buoyancy. No effects of motion detected in a free fall. Another motion experiment in regards to what's accelerating. Sorry, I should say these are claimed experiments at the moment because I haven't gone into them. A buoyancy experiment with a helium balloon, a weight experiment using a rock and 2 springs, a water pressure gradient, and buoyancy and density. So he's still didn't answer the question and just rinse and repeated everything that he said in here in these videos.
I'll give you guys a scoop. It's not that big of a mystery. He's just misunderstanding physics, really. So he wanted to use the upwards moving Earth argument in such a way that he's not saying, right? Because he's not going to tell you what I'm telling you now. I'm just laying bare what he's trying to cryptically tell you guys. So when you drop the phone with the accelerometer, it measures that it's no motion detected, right? So, but once it hits the ground and it settles, right, on the ground, then it's measuring motion, right? 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well,
So,
he said deceleration, didn't he?
well, when it's in free fall. But what I'm saying is, once it reaches equilibrium, once it's actually not moving anymore, it's registering movement, according to what he's saying with the accelerometer. Now, if you listen to how he's greasing the skids, he's going to use this. I don't know if he gave AJ a video that shows a slinky of a guy holding the slinky up, and he lets the slinky go, and it's got a high-speed camera on it. What it's doing is it's capturing the slinky compressed back to its original state, you know, as a spring does. You know, when it's decompressed, it compresses back down to its original compressed form. So once it's doing that, he's saying, and a high-speed camera will show that the bottom of the slinky doesn't move. The top of the slinky is, coming down and compressing itself into itself. So it reaches to where it, now compresses fully. Once it does that, and then it starts moving downward. But during the process of it compressing, it doesn't move, just like the phone didn't register any movement while it was in free fall. So he's saying that whenever the phone reaches the bottom with the accelerometer, or the slinky hits, when it fully compresses, that it'll then start to move downward, because, check this out, the Earth is actually going up to meet it.
Well, the only reason it would actually register is because it's having an impact with the ground.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So while it's
go.
Just resting at resting, when it's not moving, it's not hitting, it's not doing anything, it's resting, it's still registering movement.
I didn't hear him say that. Sorry.
That's where we're going.
Yeah, because everything at rest is 1G. So you got to remember that.
Yeah.
And the whole relativity from Einstein
Yes.
is the Earth can be moving up to meet the object.
Yes.
In the same sense. So it's
She's
just
correct.
another Einstein thing.
That's right. It's a rebranding. I'm telling you guys, you don't know this. This is what was coming. He's trying to put lipstick on a pig, but it's worse than that. He's dressing the damn thing up for prom. So what we have is a really, really bad way, a nefarious, I would say. This is a dirty, underhanded tactic for somebody to have you understand that what their idea is trying to convey to you in a cryptic way is for you to wonder and guess and try to figure out. Next thing you know, he's going to drop that knowledge bomb when you're so primed and ready for it, because you've been wanting to know what information he gave AJ, And so when he does, he sounds like he got all the answers, he's hitting all the right notes, and it work in your mind. It just, because of the way he presented it to you, it starts to like sink into your brain. You're like, oh, well, yeah, it sounds like it makes sense, I guess. Like, like what else? It's got to be doing something, because he's showing the accelerometer when it's in free fall, it's not registering any movement, but when it's on the ground, it's 9.8 meters per second squared. So the thing that it's resting on, I think it's moving. Do you get it now? Upwards moving Earth. That's it. Oh, you don't believe me? Just wait. He'll come back and polish that off whenever he has enough time to, after he's done eating, with air quotes. But he wants you to digest this meal that he just gave you. How convenient. Too bad I spoiled the ending. That's what I do, because I know their arguments and I know exactly what they're in for. And if, like I said, if it was honesty, if he was a real straight stand-up guy, he would have told you right from the beginning what he stood for. He was smiling when I asked him these questions. You guys heard it. Now, if all of this escapes you and you think I'm just blowing smoke up your ass, whatever, then when he comes back and then he's in full form, you'll hear it from his mouth when he lets it all rip, and then maybe you'll be like, "Oh shit, I think Alpha was right."
Just
But maybe I
that
just won't spoil the fun.
that attitude of someone who thinks that they have something that you don't have and you have to get it from them. Like there's just something about that that's so icky. Like I'm happy to share things with people. I don't like having something over someone's head. Like just say what you mean, man.
Well, it's also it helps not being held accountable. That's what it does. You're not held accountable when somebody is cryptic because you don't know what they're saying, so you can't actually pin them down to an argument. You can't be like, okay, I know exactly what you're saying here, and I know that's not correct. So he doesn't want that to be the case. He doesn't want you to be dismissive right offhand. Don't write him off just yet. Just sit and think. Just think. So that's why he's cryptic. I'm telling you, it's nefarious, guys, and it's gonna be the thing that he comes forward and says once he has enough time, air quotes. Don't take my word for it.
I also like learning. So when people do that to me, it just drives me insane. Just tell me. I don't know.
But like you said, it's in the device itself, pre-baked into the into it.
I told him at the beginning, yeah. It's something that I think, having these go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say, it's all right. I'm getting paid to sit here and listen to it.
Oh, you're making hand over fist, huh?
Oh man, this is unbelievable.
Oh, is it moving?
Man, we just hit 90K.
No way. No way.
Yeah, it just busted through 90. We went 91, 90, 262.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and it's just had a little bounce off that. It's had 2 cracks at 90. I just took some profits on the second crack, and it's just cooling off.
It must have been a huge move, though. Like a huge move.
It's been basically parabolic up from, oh man, what, 66 all the way to 90, just over 90. We had a little bit of sideways there at 74, and then once it broke 74, it's just been up, up, up.
How you feeling, man? You must be on the clouds right now.
Oh, I'm on the clouds, man. I love free money.
Yeah, but you're getting a lot of it. You're getting a lot of it, dude. I hope that
Even better.
Well, it was good timing too when that money cleared too, when you needed it. It actually
that's
went
right.
through and you sunk enough in, right? You sunk enough in.
Yeah, I was just buying extra spot with that. I was already trading, I was already in trades and I already had some spot, but I was just buying another 50 grand in spot. But that's up 10 grand now in 2 days at 50 grand spot.
That's amazing, dude. That is so amazing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you don't need what's his face to fly you out. You can just go over there. Just go yourself.
Oh, we'll be back. Don't worry about that. We'll be coming back to the US.
I think things are going to be cooling as far as the movement goes. It'll probably be cooling off a little bit.
Well, I'm in Alabama, AJ.
Yeah. My wife keeps saying, find an American to sponsor us for something so we can live there. I just got to fly to Mexico and take a walk, don't I?
Well, the cost of living here in Alabama is pretty low compared to a lot of the states. There's probably a better, lower in other states as well. But it's so beautiful out here. I'm biased because I live here. But it's so beautiful out here. We've got these beautiful places to go hike, and we've got waterfalls. We've got just such great stuff out this way.
Is it tropical there, or is it more of a dry heat?
It's tropical near the south, and no, it's not dry heat. It's very humid.
Hmm.
Like South Alabama, you've got a bit more of the tropical weather, and it's not as much as Florida, but it's close. I mean, I've visited. It's Gulf Shores, you know, so you can go out there and visit and
Yep.
see it for yourself. It's beautiful. I've been to the last place I went for the beach was Dolphin Island, and it was just beautiful there, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
Last time
oil
we,
rigs everywhere. There's oil rigs everywhere. So if you've got ways to, do some long distance observations, you've got oil rigs in those set locations for um, landmarks, or well, yeah, it would be landmarks, but not on land.
yeah. Yeah. The last time I was there, I did Hawaii. I spent a lot of time in Colorado, Utah, did Vegas. I don't know, that's California, and then
If you
Canada.
like hearing,
And then
if you
Canada.
like hearing yes, ma'am, and yes, sir,
Yeah.
and like that kind of polite talk, that's the way we talk around here.
Yep. Oh, look, everyone was polite over there, to tell you the truth, and very friendly everywhere we went. Maybe not so much LA, but definitely Colorado. And we made a few good friends in Colorado as well. And yeah, really enjoyed it.
And bless your little heart is usually not actually, it's actually an insult, not a bad
Yeah.
one, but it.
Yeah, I've heard it that way. Yeah, that's the way it's been said.
Yeah.
Bless your heart.
Bless your little heart.
That's what you tell the glober that comes in here. Bless your heart. You think the Earth's a globe?
There's an old Australian saying like that. That's your blood's worth bottling, but then the rest of the phrase is, then you throw the bottle away, so you're basically useless. So, but they only say the first part.
I think ours is more polite. It's a polite insult.
Heretic must be doing well too. He had some sunk into Ethereum, so Ethereum's making a move.
Oh, they all are, man. They're pumping.
I got like 3 of those.
Did you hold on to it while it was moving?
Yeah.
You must be smiling too. Shoot.
It's going pretty good. I just wish I didn't sell half my Bitcoin.
Oh man. Yeah.
If it drops back down to like 60, I'll buy it again.
Well, I just I'm going to start trading Ethereum and Solana. I'm going to wait for I think it's Solana. I got to wait for break all time. Well, I got to have a look at the charts. I haven't even started looking at them, but I'm going to trade them alongside Bitcoin.
It's got to pull back eventually. It always does. I'll jump back in, but I hate to miss this run.
And my chart's showing 88. AJ, I don't know how you're at 90.
Yeah, it's at 89 now. It broke. It broke 90,000. 90,000.
Oh, you're saying when it broke? Okay.
No, today that was only like an hour ago. Yeah. We just having a little pullback now. So 90,100 or 90,198 was the top. And what's my chart here? Is this an hour? So yeah, an hour ago. It's now at 89.75. But the charts can differ fractionally too, depends which chart you're looking at. So I trade in inverse derivatives, so I'm actually trading in Bitcoin so that I win Bitcoin. And I notice that there's a couple of dollars difference between my chart and the USD chart in the USD perpetuals.
There is a bit of difference.
I just can't believe my timing. So many times it's jumped up to like 60 and then pulled back, and this is the time that it takes off.
Yeah. It's
Oh, when you sold?
Well, I didn't know if like Kamala would get in. I was like, well, then it's probably gonna crash. So I made the wrong move.
Yeah, it was basically ranging for nearly 12 months. It was ranging between that sort of 50,000 and sort of all-time high, up and down. And then it was bearish, yeah, long-term bearish. So as soon as that flipped was when I jumped in long, as soon as I seen that flip. And I've been long ever since. I just keep taking profit every day and adding to it again as it pulls back, and it's great.
It's the way to do it.
You got them diamond hands, AJ.
Well, I've been holding to it for 5 years. That was the first time I freaking sold it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I only got into this year. I did a trading course at the start of the year, which I'm still doing, actually. So, yeah, I bought spot at the start of the year, and I've been trading most of the year, just doing very small trades. Yeah, this has been my first lot of real big trades, and it's just unbelievable, man.
The
Just
main
loving
thing
it.
for me will be Ethereum breaking all-time highs because it's not really right now.
What was ATH at? 3.5?
It was like 4,000 something maybe for Ethereum.
I'll tell you now.
We've already.
If that
You broke the roof on,
if that blows
on
up,
Bitcoin
then
though, right?
I'll be
AJ?
good.
What's that? Sorry?
What?
You broke through the roof on Bitcoin, right? Now Ethereum, it's not where the ATH is, but you definitely already passed it.
Yeah. This is great. I don't want to say what it is, but it's great. Just, I made a year's wages in a week.
So you're good for the year, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's going good, man. I'm loving this.
So you're probably gonna celebrate after all of this.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's just going to keep going. Yeah, they reckon they're calling this bull run right through till between 6 and 12 months, they're saying. So they're calling sort of 120 grand by January.
So my thing is, from your perspective, you're probably gonna slip another shrimp on the Barbie.
Yep.
So you're gonna have like 4 Barbies, man.
I'll buy a new boat so I can catch the shrimp.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can talk to the shrimp boat captain. You can debate with him about what really goes on.
About
How
where
many
boys
buoys
are.
you use.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I got into crypto or Bitcoin a long time ago. Yeah, when I had my last business, I could have bought so much Bitcoin, and I was just that tied up with work and the business itself. There was just no time, or I just couldn't focus on it or concentrate on anything else. And it was,
Yep.
no, man, just go to work, make your money, go to work, make your money. And now I go back through the charts and look at all the charts now that I'm doing this, and I'm just kicking myself so bad.
Yeah. There's so many ways, man, to make it. There's so many ways, and crypto is definitely one of them. And there's like, even I know Gemsy's, we've been doing this for a while, but there's so many different types of cryptos too. Alternative cryptos, like not just the big boys.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So you can still, man, I'm telling you, this is the season to actually get into this. If I was to give anybody any advice on that, just
yeah, and
not
it's not
actually
over.
financial advice, but just for entertainment advice purposes. I was so used to like having conversations with people and saying this isn't financial advice. This is just entertainment advice. For your entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
I really hope it pulls back before it blows up to like 100,000.
I'm hoping as well. Yeah, I'm really hoping it does.
I'll just eat the slight loss of Bitcoin and jump in whenever the pullback happens to whatever it
Well,
does.
That's a good idea.
If it doesn't quite get down to where I like sold, I'll just whatever.
Well,
Rather get in and ride the run.
I'm expecting 87 at some stage, and it's just had a double bounce off of 90, so it could be coming, but it's still looking bullish. It's still, we could be 100
But
in
you
the
heard-
morning.
Yeah, but yeah, there's a saying in crypto, when there's greed, you should be fearful.
Yeah.
When the people are
Right.
fearful, you should be greedy.
That's right.
Well, if I'm looking at the
Just-
So now's not the time to be
Yeah.
buying because everybody's greedy
Yeah.
right now. So just hold. I'm just gonna hold tight.
Just hold tight, man, because there will be a dip, and in that dip, that's when you get in there. When
Yeah,
everybody,
I-
and then their
Yeah, jump
bags,
back in.
people will start selling their bags, and then you'll be like, "Yeah, give me that. I'll take that and that."
Well, the thing is, right now it feels like it's never going to happen. It always does when there's a big bull run. But I've been through so many pullbacks, like where it was cut in half and stuff, and I just held on the whole time. So it'll happen eventually. I just got to be patient.
I
I
remember
actually did that with a trade. Yeah, I stuffed up one of my trades. I went in when I thought it was going to break all-time high, being silly, and it bounced all the way back to 50. But I saved it. Yeah, I loaded up my liquidation, rode it all the way down, and then loaded up at the bottom and went all the way back to the top again. But it was 3 months I was stuck in that trade when it went back down to 49.
I hate that.
You remember the crash in 2021, or was it 2021?
That's when. Oh no, I don't know. I thought you were going to say 2020.
Yeah, was it 2020 or 2020? It was the end of 2020 going into 2021 is what it was. It was a crash. It was like right at around November, December, something like that. It fucking everything just went into the ground, dude. Like it was a crazy
Yeah.
time for everyone.
Yeah, I do remember that. That's when I stopped looking at it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, just forget about it for now because I'm not selling. So
Exactly.
just walk away. Check back in a year.
Yeah. You just have to do that, especially if you're in this.
I bought most of mine when the COVID thing happened, the crash there.
Oh, really? Huh.
I was like, this looks like a good time because it's all down. So I bought a bunch of everything.
What was Ethereum went down to like 1 something, didn't it?
It was like 100 something when I bought it. Yeah,
Ethereum was 100.
it was in the 100 somewhere. It was like 100 and something when I bought it.
Dude, that's insane. You made a massive come up, though, if that's true.
Yeah, and if it really shoots up like Bitcoin is, it's going to be super good.
Oh, if it does what Bitcoin does, dude. Oh, how many Ethereum do you have?
I got 3.
Yeah, imagine if it does what Bitcoin does, man. You'd be
That'll be awesome.
dancing in the streets.
I think it could probably. I mean, if this is a new bull run, it should be like a 10K Ethereum at some point.
What are you gonna do with all that cheddar, man?
Probably just sell it and buy more Bitcoin when it dips.
Yeah. Good plan.
Just keep going.
Do you want to head back to the spot? We'll go back to politics if you want.
Just make sure you're in a trade when Trump does his inaugural
Yeah.
speech.
Fuck's sake. I was like, it's going to be probably Kamala. This sucks. So. God
Yeah, on the
damn it.
22nd
Oh,
of January, when he does his inaugural speech, I reckon there's going to be a huge pump, especially if he mentions any crypto, which he has previously.
yeah.
It's going to blast, man.
I got my eye on this one crypto, and I'm gonna go in on it because I know that's gonna happen. And this, yeah, it's gonna be amazing, amazing. Yeah, but we can head back out, I guess, if you want, back to politics. We can just hang out there.
I'll jump in there.
All right. Yeah. So we'll just round this one out. We'll talk in the politics server. So guys, if you want to join us, is the link in? Is it in your description? Your profile, Heretic? To the politics. Let me see. No, it's not.
You might have already gone.
Yeah.
I need to put it in mine, actually. It reminds me.
I'll put it in mine, but it's gonna take my blue check mark down for a while. So that's why I
Well,
was
it's
like,
in the 24/7 Flat Earth bot that's in here. The politics one is in there. The
oh,
link to it.
okay, yeah. Just go to the bot downstairs, guys, and then join us in the politics Discord server. That's where we be at. All right. Well, I'll see you guys over there. We're all heading over there, so that'll shut this space down.
No worries. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys. See ya.